guys want to stand there? We want to picture with the ski patrol. Come a little bit closer with the slide. Just over here, somewhere there in the middle. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Yes, thank you. Is that, does that camera have quite enough of an angle for all of us, the 5 guys?
Landscaping.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. You betcha.
Cool, cool.
Thanks. Stay warm,
So it's
guys.
all up on the stream right now, or how exactly does this work for the audio and the video feed? Oh. Perfect. There's a camera somewhere. Not sure. Oh, beautiful. All right, well, we'll kick it off then. All right, good morning from beautiful and sunny Red Deer, where we starting off the competition momentarily. Just have the Canadian and Alberta flags going around the track one time here as a bit of an opening ceremonies event. Conditions are looking quite nice, not too windy, no snowfall. Sun's coming out over the treetops. Looks like we're in for a good day of racing here in Red Deer at Setter's Place, Great Chief Park, hosted by the Red Deer Lions Speed Skating Club and Speed Skating Alberta. Schedule for today, starting off with some of our younger racers, some 300 meter, 200 meter, and 100 meter mass start events throughout the morning. It will be mixed gender ability racing to start us off today. And then as we get towards later in the day, we'll start seeing some more Olympic style racing, 500 meter events on the menu. Our 2 flag bearers now coming around, completing their lap. And it looks like the flags will be coming off the ice in a second, which means racing will start somewhat soon. Still need to get all of our officials and starters and everyone in place before we kick off the first race of the day. One of the challenges of hosting outdoor competitions in Canada is managing the weather, dealing with the wind and the snow and the cold. Don't want our officials and volunteers, who we really appreciate, being outside too long, along with the coaches, the athletes, and everyone else. This is, I'm pretty sure, the 3rd year that we've hosted this competition, once in Manitoba, once in Saskatchewan, and now here in Red Deer, Alberta. Nice to see a list of about 100 skaters out for the weekend, this weekend. And it looks like the skaters are off for another lap with the 2 flags. We'll call it a bit of a test lap as we wait for everything else for the racing to get ready to go. I see some volunteers out there putting some pucks down, getting the track ready for a day full of racing. Following this mini opening ceremony event, it will be the 300 meter heats up first. We have 3 ability levels, a total of 7 races. These are qualification events for the finals, which will happen after a short break for the athletes, officials, and volunteers, and a quick ice resurfacing. That'll be starting us off today, the 300 and the 200 meter events. We're lucky to be here in Red Deer, home of a beautiful legacy event from the Canada Winter Games. One of the many perks of hosting such a great event. Looks like the athletes might be exiting the ice surface soon, but we'll stay tuned. Still don't have quite a exact start time for racing. 9:23, it looks like we're still a bit ahead of schedule. Looks like most of the track is laid out. Volunteers still in the north corner, putting the last few pucks out, getting everything ready for the races. This is the second of 3-day events. Yesterday was a shorter evening, and then a full Saturday and Sunday of racing, a mix of mass start and Olympic style racing for all different age and ability categories. This morning looks like it will mostly be ability levels 1, 2, and 3, which my understanding is roughly 5 to 13-year-olds. Great age to get into speed skating, and if you're interested in you or getting your kids into speed skating, check out the Red Deer Lions Speed Skating Club Facebook page for more information. You can find out about their try-it sessions. Always looking for more athletes to join the club. The club has a successful history, you might say, sending, I'm pretty sure, 4 athletes to the Olympics at various times in the last few decades. They've been around for 70-odd years total. And that's just at the highest of levels, but of course the number of kids and adults have participated in the club and made lifelong friends and enjoyed their time in the sport of speed skating. Those can't be forgotten either. And this afternoon we will see some skaters that, to my understanding, are coming down from the Olympic Oval in Calgary, and not just the club skaters, but some nationally ranked skaters as well to compete in the Olympic style racing. We've got 14 pairs of neo junior to master Olympic style 500 meters at maybe 2 o'clock or so today. So always great to see all levels of skating here, from 5 to 50 years old. From people at their first competition ever to people that are just coming off going to Olympic speed skating trials in Quebec City just a few weeks ago. And our flag bearers really being put to work today. They've just completed another half lap, and they've taken a few more pictures and proudly holding up the Alberta and Canadian flags. And we see some more officials going out onto the track, looking around, making sure the track and the pucks are in place, everything's in order. Got a number of clubs here competing in the event today. Skaters from Calgary, Red Deer, Lethbridge, Edmonton, Lloydminster, and of course surrounding communities. At the younger age groups for speed skating, we do what we call ability meets, where it's mixed gender and skaters are grouped by ability. Makes for the most fair and fun racing, the most competitive racing for both the spectators and the athletes.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2026 Western Canadian Long Track Meet. And welcome to Red Deer. On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you for joining us for this classic, and we're thrilled to host the athletes, families, coaches, and supporters from all across Western Canada for this community celebration of outdoor speed skating. Before we begin, we respectfully acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional lands of the Treaty 6 nations, including the Cree, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, and Nakota Sioux people, as well as the Métis nations of Alberta. We are grateful to share this land and thank Indigenous peoples for their continued stewardship. It is now my pleasure to invite the Honorable Mayor of Red Deer, Cindy Jeffries, to the microphone for a brief welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Whoa, that's loud. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Red Deer. For those of you who have traveled from all over Alberta to join us, thank you so much for coming. I want to extend some thanks to the local club for all the work that they've done in hosting, to volunteers who make all of these events happen in our community, and to the businesses and clubs like the Red Deer Lions Club, Central Alberta Lions Club, and the Innisfail Legion for supporting all of these events through various donations and financial support. These things don't happen in community without that kind of commitment. So I appreciate it. And to our city staff who help with facility maintenance and upkeep, also a big shout out goes to them. As a mom of skiers, I thank the Ski Patrol folks for being here as well to keep everyone safe. I wish you all a fantastic, fun, and safe competition. Enjoy your time here in Red Deer. Skate away.
Mayor Jeffries for those welcoming remarks. I would now like to invite Nikki Decky, the Executive Director of Speed Skating Association of Alberta, to share a brief welcome on behalf of the speed skating community.
Thank you and good morning. A big welcome on behalf of Speed Skating Alberta. We're outside today. We have a beautiful sunrise, beautiful weather. I know we're speed skaters. We usually are inside and we don't like to fight the elements, but when the elements work in our favor, it's really great to be outside. So it's really great to be in Red Deer. A big thank you to the Red Deer Speed Skating Club for hosting this meet. They've put in a ton of work, making sure that we get to bring the community together, not only from Red Deer, not only from Alberta, but from our neighboring provinces. So thank you very much for making the trek here, for being here, and we're looking forward to seeing very fast races, I think, over the next 2 days. And good luck to all of you. Thank you for bringing your parents, your volunteers, your officials, but really skaters, the next 2 days are for you. There's some money on the line. Good luck trying to break the track records from the Canada Winter Games in 2019. I'm looking forward to seeing you all out there today.
Thank you for those words and your continued support for our athletes and volunteers. Community sport depends on dedicated volunteers and generous sponsors. First, I would like to recognize our volunteers, timekeepers, officials, ice crews, organizers, and all those working behind the scenes.
Please join me in giving our volunteers a well-deserved round of applause for making this event possible. We would also like to sincerely thank our sponsors
and community partners for their support of amateur sport. Please join me in recognizing our Red Deer Lions as one of our major sponsors for this event. At this time, please rise if you're able, remove your hats, and join us in the singing of our national anthem, O Canada, performed by Sharon Fox.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you so much, Sharon, and I apologize for my technical difficulties up here. On behalf of the organizing
Committee, our volunteers, and our community partners, it is my pleasure to officially declare the the Western Canada Outdoor Classic open. We do have a live feed comment from our Mr. Simon Coots, a previous member of the national team for long track and our record setter for master long track. We are privileged to have you participate in our event, so thank you so much. We also have an Olympian and previous Red Deer Lions speed skater Madison Pierman volunteering as a place judge today. all athletes with safe racing, strong performances, and a great weekend of competition. Athletes and coaches, please prepare for the first event as outlined in the schedule. Spectators, thank you for your support and enjoy the races. All right, folks, and just before we get going, I do want to remind you that the Red Centralized Speed Trading Club have some wonderful sponsors here that have supported our silent auction table upstairs. The bidding will take place today and tomorrow, and are to increase by $5 increments. You must be an adult to bid or endorsed by a parent, and please ensure that you print your name and your contact number clearly. The bidding will close on January 18th tomorrow around 11:30 a.m. after the last ability race. And the highest bids will be displayed shortly after bid closes. And please confirm and arrange payment. And you also have the option of using the tap machine or cash. And the items can be picked up when payment is confirmed. But please arrange prior to pickup before you leave. We also have a wonderful toonie drop, and there is a amazing hoverboard that is donated by Wolf Resources. Everybody gets a prize, but if you get the toonie in the shot glass, you get to have your name put in for a draw for that hoverboard. So please go and check it out. We also have to thank our Fox family downstairs for running a concession. Always great food, so make sure you go check it out and get yourself a coffee as well.
Okay, that should conclude our opening ceremonies for today. Next up, racing. See, the place judges and the timers are all out in position, so we should be starting shortly. Starting today with the Ability Division 1 Mixed Gender Races 300 meter mass start. Sorry, 300 mass start. These are heats. Finals will be skated shortly after a small break to keep the officials and the athletes warm. No one has to be outside too long, though it is a beautiful day here in Red Deer. Mass start racing is a bit different than the Olympic style racing that a lot of people are used to watching at previous Olympic Games. Mass start skaters racing head to head rather than just against the clock.
Okay, folks, so our first event is going to be our Ability Division 1 Mixed Genders 300-meter mass start.
And the first skaters are stepping onto the ice now. All skaters wearing helmets for safety, but with helmet numbers to identify which skater is who.
All right, in our first lane will be skater Wynn Kondracki, skating for Calgary Speed Skating. In lane number 2, we have Chet Israelson, skating for Red Deer Lions. In lane number 3, we have Henry Adima out of Lethbridge. Lane number 4 will be Alexander Spivak out of Red Deer. And lane number 5 will be Eric Kazutu out of Edmonton.
And our first race is just about to kick off. Skaters are in the southeast corner of the oval at the 300-meter start line. The 300-meter mass start is 300-meter race. That's a straightaway, a corner, and a straightaway. It is a pure sprint. Most races this morning will have 5 skaters on the line. And the first race is off. This is the Ability Division 1 Mixed Gender 300-meter mass start. And it looks like it is Wynn Kondracki with a big lead coming to the finish line, representing the Calgary Speed Skating Association. But we have a close fight for second place in this first race of the day.
All right, next up will be race 3B for our 300-meter mass start. Ability
Mixed
1
genders.
gender.
In lane number 1, we will have Olivia Cho from Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 2 is Caitlin Goddard from Edmonton. Lane number 3 is Ellis Jackson from Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 4, Sabrina Jordan, also from Calgary Speed Skating. And lane number 5 is Reed Adima, skating for Lethbridge.
This is the second of 4 heats. They go to the start line now. Race is about to begin. Five skaters on the line this time. The winner of each heat moving on to the final, plus the next fastest time amongst the heats. And now coming down the home stretch, it is skater 191, Olivia Cho of the Calgary Speed Skating Association out in front. Caitlin Goddard into second place. And all 5 skaters now across the line. A close race there.
All right, next up is race 3C. In lane number 1, we have Hugo Puhul out of Edmonton. Lane number 2 is Maxwell Swiderski out of Lloydminster. Lane number 3 is Benjamin Jesney, skating for Calgary Grizzlies. Lane number 4 is Fisher Anderson, skating for Calgary Speed Skating. And lane number 5, Ingrid McLeod, Calgary Grizzlies.
On days like today, skaters trying to strike a balance between wearing enough to stay warm, but still being lightweight and aerodynamic outside in the wind. See lots of skaters bringing their winter jackets to the line and then shedding them just before the start of the race. Common gear for long track speed skating includes ski goggles. Most glasses don't quite protect the eyes from the wind, as one would hope they do. And our third heat is off. Another 5 skaters representing the Calgary Speed Skating Association, the Grizzlies, the Lloydminster Border Blades, and from Edmonton. We have 1 crash in the north corner. They are back on their feet. They will be finishing this race though. But out in front, it is number 171, Fisher Anderson of the Calgary Speed Skating Association. And Benjamin Jesney and Ingrid McLeod running our top 3 finishers in this third heat of the Ability Division 1 Mixed Gender 300 meter mass start.
All right, next up for our Ability 1 Mixed Gender 300 mass start is race 3D. Lane number 1, we have Connell Jordan out of Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 2 is Rebecca Wicks, skating for Edmonton. Lane number 3 is Red Deer's Gunnar Norvilla. Lane number 4, Lucas Wan, skating for Calgary Speed Skating Association. And lane number 5 is Maëlle Dugan out of Calgary Grizzlies.
The 300 meter mass start, among one of the longer races that skaters in the Abilities 1, 2, and 3 divisions will be racing today. Next up after the finals will be the 100 meter mass start heats and finals for these racers later this morning. A pure sprint, no turning necessary. 100 meter drag race down the front stretch. And our 4th heat is off here. 4th and final heat of the Ability Division 1. Speed skating known for its signature 15 to 17-inch blades. And it looks like it will be Maëlle Dugan out in front for this one. And with Connell Jordan across the line as the fourth and final of our Division 1.
All right, next up will be our Ability Division 2 Mixed Gender 300 mass start. Race 4A, in lane number 1, we have Gus Norvilla skating for Red Deer. Lane number 2, Scarlett Ferrand out of Red Deer. Lane number 3, Emma DeVries out of Red Deer. Lane number 4, Bjorn Sove out of Edmonton. Lane number 5, Jackson Willis skating for Red Deer. And lane number 6 is Mabel Van Betham out of Red Deer.
So the competition being raced this weekend, the Western Classic. It's a relatively new addition to the Canadian long track speed skating scene. In its third year, hosted across various Western Canadian provinces. Started two seasons ago in Manitoba. Saskatchewan hosted last year, now it's Alberta here in Red Deer. It's known for its signature prize money, trying to draw skaters of all abilities to come out and challenge to break some track records. It's also a great ability meet, allowing for skaters of all ages from the youngest category up to the Masters divisions. And the first of 2 races in the Ability Division 2 is off. Another clean start. 6 skaters in this one. The top 2 skaters from each race will be making the final, plus the next 2 fastest times across the field. Out in front in this sprint is Gus Norvilla, but it is very, very tight for second, third, and fourth at the line. Some passing happening, hard to see for sure. But a very close race here in our Heat 4A, Ability Division 2, 300 meters.
All right, next up is race 4B. Skating in lane number 1 is Cherie Tellier, skating for Red Deer. Lane number 2 is Amelia Bustamante, skating for Red Deer. Lane number 3 is Annalise Van Betham, skating for Red Deer. Also from Red Deer is Kingston Sherwood in lane number 4. And in lane number 5, we have Caleb Frith, also from the Red Deer Lions.
All 5 skaters here representing the Red Deer Lions Speed Skating Club. If you'd like to get involved in speed skating, they host try it sessions here at the club, always trying to attract new skaters. All skaters and families welcome. It's a great sport to be involved with. False start, it looks like, on this second heat for the Ability Division 2. So they'll go back to the start line quickly. A clean second start there, though. In speed skating for a mass start, the field's allowed one mass start, or sorry, one false start per race. So second try was clean, no harm done. Skaters are off. All skaters wearing matching skin suits, being part of the same club, but it looks like it is Kingston Sherwood out in front. Another close finish for our top three, the top two skaters, plus the next two fastest times across the pair of heats, all making the final later this morning. And our next event.
All right, they're just going to adjust the start line, and then we will be moving on to our Ability 3 mixed gender 200-meter mass start.
So the next event will be shorter, only 200 meters instead of 300 meters. It'll feature one race with 7 skaters on the line representing Red Deer and Edmonton. So please just give us a moment as our officials and starters move to the next start line.
And as we get our skaters to the start line, in lane number 1, skating for Edmonton will be Margot Poulhol. In lane number 2 will be skating for Red Deer is Ethan Lester. In lane number 3, we have Jacob Kowalski-Dugas out of Red Deer. In lane number 4, we have Mateo Bulhul, also from Edmonton. In lane number 5 will be Fleur Van Betham skating for Red Deer Lions. Lane number 6 is Darius Klywak out of Red Deer. And lane number 7 is Broderick Klywak, also a Red Deer Lion.
Our officials still getting into place, but looks like they're almost set up. The Speed Skate Oval is a 400-meter track, so the 200-meter mass start, a half-lap race. A standard distance for ability level competitions. And the flag is waving, so it looks like we are ready to start the next race. This is the Ability Division 3 mixed gender 200-meter mass start, a half-lap sprint. 7 skaters on the line from Edmonton and Red Deer. And the race is off. Skaters quite spread out here, but at the line, looks like it will be Jacob Kowalski-Dugas out in front, followed by Ethan Lester. Darius Klywak crossing next, along with Fleur Van Bentham. Skater 200 here, Mateo Boyhol, opting to stay warm in their jacket, a smart move from the young skater. on a cold Western Canadian morning. At the line, there is a fall. That is Broderick Kleiwick getting up at the line, crossing just in time to get their time before the crash. And there's still one skater out on the track. It's great to see skaters of all ages and abilities out racing today here in Red Deer. It's this first competition for anyone. It's a great competition.
We still have a racer
Good
on the
racing
track,
track.
folks. Make sure that they can hear you clapping and cheering them on.
Our last racer now past the apex of the corner, coming around the end of the bend. I think it's hard to see from here with the helmet numbers, but it might be one Margot Bouliol of Edmonton. Gaining a good round of applause from the local volunteers and the fans in the stands, braving the cold Red Deer morning, but not too cold, and beautiful and sunny, so good enough to go and sit out and watch some great morning racing, some speed skating here in Red Deer at Setter's Place at Great Chief Park. .40 meters to go for our last racer, looking to finish strong in this 200-meter mass start Ability Division 3 race. Following this race, there will be a short break. There'll be a quick ice resurfacing and a break for the officials who have been out all morning to time, judge, referee, start, and all other roles involved with running a competition of this size for all the skaters. And it is Margot near the line, looking to finish strong, being encouraged by many people out lining up on the sides of the rink. A great show of support and community here.
Best race of the day. That's awesome.
That concludes our first round of racing, the 200 and 300 meter mass start Ability Division 1, 2, and 3 races. There will be a short break, quick ice resurfacing, move the start line, give the officials a quick break, and we'll be back for the finals for all 3 divisions.
All right, folks, and we will be doing a restart for 10:27 as they do a quick official break. Just so you're aware, we still have that silent auction table up top there, $5 increments. And I also wanted to thank the Innisfail Legion for donating the Canadian and Alberta flags for our skaters this morning for our national anthem.
Will do. We will be back shortly with more racing. The first officials get back onto the ice surface now. Tentative start time for the 300 and 200 meter finals is 10:27. That's in 6 minutes. So we'll just give our officials and volunteers a moment to get ready, get back to their positions, get the skaters back on the ice, and we'll resume shortly with 200 and 300 meter mass start finals for ability divisions 1, 2, and 3.
All right, 4-minute warning, folks. And we will be going back to our 300 mass start ability Division 1 mixed gender final. And again, don't forget, we just wanted to give a shout out to our champion sponsors, Farmer Pete's Egg, Wolf Resources, Timberlands Co-op, and Lacombe Cooperators.
All right, looks like we are almost ready to go. Officials getting back into position, skaters re-entering the ice surface. Starting back now with our Ability Division 1 mixed gender event, 300 meter mass start. These are the finals. Starting with our A final, then B, C, and D. 4 more races, about 5 skaters on the line per final.
All right, and our first race is going to be race 6A. And in lane number 1, skating for Calgary Speed Skating is Win Kondraki. Lane number 2, helmet 191, is Olivia Cho out of Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 3, Fisher Anderson, helmet 171, Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 4 is Maëlle Dugan, helmet 131 for Calgary Grizzlies. And in lane number 5, we have Lucas Swan with helmet cover 185 for Calgary Speed Skating.
So 5 Calgary-based skaters here today in our top final in the Ability Division 1 300 meter mass start. And they are off. 3/4 of a lap, mass start style. First across the line wins. Four skaters from the Calgary Speeding Association, 1 from the Calgary Grizzlies. Out in front it is Win Kondraki, but is close for 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th. A tight finish here in our top Ability Division 1 300 meter final. Beautiful day, about -11 here in Red Deer at Setter's Place, Great Chief Park.
All right, next up in race 6B, we have in lane number 1, Caitlin Goddard with helmet 207 skating for Edmonton. Lane number 2, Benjamin Jesney, helmet 132 for Calgary Grizzlies. Lane number 3 is Gunnar Norvilla, helmet 159 for Red Deer. Lane number 4 is Ingrid McLeod in helmet 135 from Calgary Grizzlies. And lane number 5, Henry Adema with helmet cover 215 skating for Lethbridge.
Looks like a false start in this second final, race 6B. So skaters will quickly go back to the line and go again. And the race is off clean that time. 5 skaters representing 4 different clubs: Edmonton, Calgary Grizzlies, Red Deer, and Lethbridge. In mass start racing outdoors, skaters often try to draft off each other, especially on the windier corners and straightaways. Conserve a little bit of energy, build their speed, and make a pass at the finish line. It will be a close finish here. Number 207 passing 132. That is Caitlin Goddard taking the lead just ahead of Benjamin Jesney at the line.
All right, next up is race 6C. In lane number 1, we have Sabrina Jordan in helmet 192 for Calgary skating. Lane number 2 is Rebecca Wicks in 201 for Edmonton. Lane number 3, skating for Red Deer Lions in helmet 157 is Chet Israelson. Lane number 4 in helmet 193 is Ellis Jackson for Calgary Speed Skating. And lane number 5 is Maxwell Swideriski with helmet 218 from Lloydminster.
Speed skating is one of Canada's most successful Olympic sports, with the Winter Olympics 2026 coming up just around the corner in Milan, Italy. And no doubt a small part of that plays into our success is the years that so many of our development athletes at this level that we're watching right now skate outdoors against the elements. It is a challenge, but is something that builds stronger, better athletes for sure for the long run. These 5 today skating now in Ability Division 1, a 300-meter race, mass start style. Out in front right now, it looks like it is Ellis Jackson, followed by Chet Israelson, and a close finish for third. There is a fall just the line. Hard to see from where I am to see if they got beat or not. We'll leave that one up to the place judges or volunteers standing there keeping track of everything.
All right, and our next race is race 6D. In lane number 1, we have Reed Adema in helmet 213, skating for Lethbridge. Lane number 2 is Hugo Buhul in helmet 203 for Edmonton. Lane number 3 is Alex Klywak in helmet 147, skating for Red Deer Lions. And lane number 4 is Connell Jordan out of Calgary Speed Skating with helmet 184. And in lane number 5 is Eric Bazutenhout with helmet cover 205, skating for Edmonton.
So 5 more racers in this upcoming race. The 4th and final of our 300-meter mass start ability Division 1. You never know which one of these skaters might become, you know, the next national team member or potentially Olympian. We have one current national team member and Olympic speed skater, Madison Perriman, volunteering today, giving back to her community, as I'm pretty sure, from the looks of it, from where I am, looks to be a judge, possibly a timer. And the race is off. It's also great seeing so many clubs coming out to participate in the Western Classic. Skaters from across the province. Hopefully one day this event will attract skaters from across Western Canada as well. And it looks like it is Hugo Bouliol out in front. Skater 213, Reed Adama, shoulder checking, seeing if he still has a lead for second. He will hold on for second place in this 300-meter final.
All right, we are now going to move on to our Ability 2 mixed gender for the 300 mass start final. In race 7A in lane number 1, we have Gus Norvilla in helmet 152 skating for Red Deer. Lane number 2 is Kingston Sherwood with helmet 154, also from Red Deer. Lane number 3 is Caleb Frith with helmet 144 for Red Deer. Lane number 4 is Amelia Bustamante with helmet cover 140 for Red Deer. Lane number 5 is Mabel Van Betham with helmet 149 from Red Deer. And in lane number 6, also from Red Deer, is Emma DeVries with helmet cover 141.
Speed skating has the distinction of being the fastest self-propelled sport in the world. Top skaters in the world reaching speeds of over 60 kilometers an hour. We'll see if any of our athletes here today in Red Deer hit speeds that fast. Looks to be some quite strong racers in the field. And our final here for the Ability Division 2 300-meter mass start is off. 6 skaters, all representing the Red Deer Lions Speed Skating Club. There's a club with nearly 75 years of history here in central Alberta. If you'd like to get involved, visit their Facebook page for more information. If you want to try speed skating and get your kids involved or try it yourself. Close finish, 4 skaters crossing. Almost at the same time of the line. A crash. Everyone looks to be okay past the end, so it will not affect their time or their place.
All right, next up will be race 7B. Skating for Red Deer in lane number 1 is Cherie Tellier in helmet 155. Lane number 2 is Scarlett Ferrand in helmet 142, also from Red Deer. Lane number 3 is Annalise Van Betham with helmet cover 156 from Red Deer. And lane number 4 is Bjorn Solveig with helmet cover 204 from Edmonton. And also from Red Deer, we have in lane number 5, Jackson Willis in helmet 153.
The conditions today are nearly perfect for a classic Canadian outdoor long track speed skating event. You don't want it too warm where the ice is melting or the ice is too soft or chippy. You also don't want it too cold. It's tough on the volunteers and the referees, judges, timers, starters, as well as the athletes who are out there wearing their racing suits. Got about -10 or -11 right now. Beautiful and sunny here in Red Deer. And the final is off. 5 skaters on the track right now. 4 representing the Red Deer Lions, 1 from Edmonton. Looks to be the Edmonton skater out in front with their distinct, different colored racing suit. Good to see lots of athletes on the inside of the track and the side cheering on their competitors and teammates and friends. That is Bjorn Sove of Edmonton out in front, but a very close fight for second place. 3 skaters spread across the line at the same time. Hard to say who came in second, so we'll wait for the final results. And Jackson Willis wrapping things up here, crossing the line now, finishing up the Ability Division 2 300-meter mass start final events.
All right, and we're going to have the starters move their line just down the lane. So just have a quick second there as we get our next group of skaters ready for race 8A, our Ability 3 mixed gender 200-meter mass start final.
So as we switch to a different distance, we will quickly move our start and finishing lines to adjust, going from the 300-meter, the 3/4 lap race, to the half lap race, the 200-meter sprint for Ability Division 3. We'll have just one race at this distance featuring 7 skaters, 5 of whom are from Red Deer, 2 representing Edmonton. After these finals, we'll have another ice resurfacing and officials break. Start time after that is TBD. I will let you know as soon as I catch wind of it, but we will be coming back with the 100-meter mass start heats and finals for ability levels 1, 2, and 3. We will do heats, then we will do finals, and that would bring around an end to the ability day 1, which is our morning. There'll be a break, a lunch, a bit of a warm-up for the afternoon skaters, and then we resume this afternoon with youth girls, youth boys, Neo Junior to Master, 500 meters, 300 meters, 1500s, and an elimination race near the end of the day. So lots of racing still to come.
Lane number 1, we have Jacob Kowalski-Dugas skating for Red Deer. Lane number 2 in helmet 151 is Ethan Lester from Red Deer. Lane number 3 is Darius Klywak in helmet 158 from Red Deer. Lane number 4 is Fleur Van Betham in helmet 145 skating for Red Deer. Lane number 5 in helmet 200 is Mateo Buchul out of Edmonton. Lane number 6 is Broderick Klywak in helmet 150 for Red Deer. And lane number 7 is Margot Buchul with helmet cover 210 skating for Edmonton.
And the flags are waving, which means we are ready for the Ability Division 3 200-meter mass start event. It is one final featuring 7 skaters. All right, skaters being called to the line now. And our 200-meter final is off. Jacob Kowalski-Dugas, who won the heat, hoping to defend this title here in the final today, takes an early lead into the corner. All 7 skaters spread out. It is a half-lap race around the 400-meter speed skating oval. And at the line, it will be Kowalski-Dugas in the front, close behind Ethan Lester. Flora Van Bentham in 3rd, and Darius Kleiwick crossing in 4th position. Mass start skating, the less common of the two, between that and Olympic style for speed skating, but for the ability in the younger levels, a more common way to race, head to head. Lots of skaters at once. It does go a bit quicker here for outdoor events where you don't want the volunteers out for too long getting cold. And that concludes, it looks like, our 200-meter mass start, Ability Division 3. See the referees and the starters closing up shop and starting to come over this way.
All right, folks, we're going to have a quick official break, and restart should be at 11:14.
So there you have it, 10:44 on the clock right now. Restart at 11:14 for our next set of events. Those were the 300 and 200
Don't
meter
forget to go and
heats
check
and
out our
finals.
silent auction table there. We have some amazing donations. Some of our friends for the silent auction include the Agra Dairy Mart, Shui Creations, Callaway Park Tickets, a Lee's Suitor donation, September Dairy Limited, and Mint Car Wash. Some fantastic, valuable presents there, as I like to call them for silent auctions. I like to win them. And there's also some amazing donated long track suits there at the end of the table. And don't forget to take your kiddos there for a toonie drop. Everybody gets a prize. I'm gonna go jump in a snowbank and then come back. Right, just my armpits in the snowbank, maybe. All right, where did I stop the
She's not such a baby anymore.
I went into the food room and it's like all bread and muffins. Like, I think there's some banana bread that's homemade.
The piece of bread I brought up school was homemade. Yes. But like co-op donated stuff, so there's lots of like muffins and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, it's happening. Sorry, guys. What time is it? Oh, we still have 15 minutes. Yeah. I'm gonna drink my protein water. Yeah, it's organic, but it tastes like raspberry. It's 20 grams, and it's not milk. I don't like it. It's not like milk. I don't like milk stuff.
Yeah.
It's not so bad. Yeah. Made in Canada. It tastes good. Like, I don't like milky stuff. Like, yeah, same, right? I am a stuffed sausage.
I am going to go outside because I know it's high. And we're ready to go.
And we're doing 100 meters. And as we get ready for the 100-meter ability division, just so you are aware, if we can just make sure that we keep the line of sight open for our timers. If everybody could ensure that they're on the stands and not along the ice, that would be greatly appreciated by all of our volunteers. All right, folks, we got a 4-minute warning till we start up again, and there are a few more hoodies left. If you wanted to go to the table with that toonie drop, there's about 5 2026 Western Classic hoodies left in various sizes. I unfortunately, the price of them are $50. So you can go and check it out. There's a few youth sizes there if you are interested.
About to get restarted here with some 100-meter mass start events for ability divisions 1, 2, and 3 in about 4 minutes. The referees and the volunteers just getting set up right now. Got 7 100-meter mass start heats across 3 divisions, and then a short break, and then we will come back for the 100-meter finals. And that will bring us to an end of our morning events, our ability 1, 2, and 3 competition for today, all mass start. And then this afternoon we come back with the youth girls and boys and the neo juniors to masters, a mix of Olympic style and mass start events, 300s, 500s, 1500 meters, and a 10 lap mass start elimination race near the end of the day. And that's our schedule for day 2 of the Western Classic here in Red Deer at Great Chief Park, Setter's Place. Competition is hosted by the Red Deer Lions Speed Skating Club with support from Speed Skating Alberta. And we would love to invite anyone from Speed Skating Canada to come out and watch how outdoor long track speed skating is hosted and happens in this country. This is a great example, a beautiful day. Warming up, I haven't checked recently, it was about minus 11 earlier. Surely warmer than that now with the sun out, maybe minus 6 or so. More and more people and dogs in the stands here to watch the racing. A good crowd turning out for day 2 of the competition as we prepare for the ability division 1, 2, and 3 mixed gender 100-meter mass start heats. And the first skaters are onto the ice surface. The 100-meter mass start, a 100-meter race down the home stretch. No turning or corners needed. It is the shortest of the distances they'll be competing in today.
All right, we're gonna get ready for our first race. Looks like our starters are ready to go here. So the ability 1 division for mixed gender, we have race 9A. In lane number 1, we have Gunnar Norvilla for Red Deer. Lane number 2 is Hugo Buhul from Edmonton. Lane number 3 is Reed Adema, skating for Lethbridge. Lane number 4 is Ingrid McLeod, skating for Calgary Grizzlies. And lane number 5 is Wynn Kondraki for Calgary Speed Skating Association.
Four heats in this 100-meter event. The top final will have, looks like 6 skaters, the winner of each heat moving on, plus the next 2 fastest times. Heats have about 5 skaters each. Skaters competing in this event representing clubs from Red Deer, Edmonton, Lethbridge, Calgary, and Lloydminster. And the first race is off. over in the blink of an eye. 100 meters going by very, very fast, even for these young skaters here in Ability Division 1, the top of our 3 categories this morning. Some skaters
All right,
using
next up is
long
race
track
9B.
boots.
In lane number 1, we have Benjamin Jesney for Calgary Grizzlies. Lane number 2 is Connell Jordan for Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 3 is Maxwell Swideriski for Lloydminster. Lane number 4 is Henry Adema for Lethbridge. And lane number 5, Olivia Cho for Calgary Speed Skating.
See a mix of skaters out there using short track and long track equipment. Short track speed skating skated on a 100 or a 111 meter track around hockey rinks, mostly indoors. Long track, a mix of indoor and outdoor. 3 indoor facilities across the country in Calgary, Quebec City, and Fort St. John, British Columbia. And long track ovals in other parts of the country, including here in Red Deer. The long track blade being distinct for having a clap mechanism where the heel detaches, much like a cross-country ski. But here we have the races off, and it is Olivia Cho out front, number 191 of the Calgary Speed Skating Association. She won her heat earlier this morning as well in the 300 and has won her 100-meter heat as well here today as well. 2 heats down,
All
2
right,
to
next
go.
up, race 9C. In lane number 1, we have Alex Klywak for Red Deer. Lane number 2 is Ellis Jackson, Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 3, Caitlin Goddard for Edmonton. Also from Edmonton in lane number 4 is Rebecca Wicks. Lane number 5 is Fisher Anderson for Calgary Speed Skating.
Five skaters in this race as well. You can see them on the start line there. Difference in size between skaters. We run ability mass start competitions where skaters are grouped not based off gender or age, but are based instead off ability. Makes most fair and competitive racing, the best for both the athletes and the spectators.
All right, and our last race for this Ability 1 division in race 9D, lane number 1, we have Chet Israelson for Red Deer Lions. Lane number 2 is Eric Bazutenhout out of Edmonton. Lane number 3, Lucas Wan, Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 4 is Sabrina Jordan for Calgary Speed Skating. And lane number 5 for Calgary Grizzlies is Maëlle Dugan.
This is our 4th and final heat for Division 1 in the 100-meter. On the start line, getting ready to kick off this 100-meter race. Next up, we'll have Divisions 2 and 3. 3 more races to come for the heats. But it's a clean start here. 4 skaters off. Out in front is Maëlle Dugan. Looking like Dugan of the Calgary Grizzlies will take that heat. The winner of all 4 heats will move on to the top final, plus the 2 fastest times.
All right, next up in our Division 2 ability, 100-meter, we have in lane number 1, Cherie Tellier for Red Deer. Lane number 2, Mabel Van Betham. Lane number 3, Emma DeVries. Lane number 4, Annaleif Van Betham. And lane number 5 is Gus Norvilla, and all skaters skate for Red Deer Lions.
Quick temperature update here in beautiful sunny Red Deer. It's about 2 degrees and with the wind about -4, -5. So these are prime speed skating conditions. Warm enough to skate. Ice is still cold enough to be skatable on. And the race is off. This is Ability Division 2 mixed gender 100 meter mass start heat 1 of 2. Gus Norvilla out in front. And Emma DeVries close behind, looking like they will finish in second, but all 5 skaters at the line quite tight.
All right, next up in race 10B, lane number 1, Jackson Willis. Lane number 2, Caleb Frith. Lane number 3, Scarlett Ferrand. Those 3 all skate for Red Deer Lions. Lane number 4, skating for Edmonton, is Bjorn Sauvé. And lane number 5 is Kingston Sherwood. And lane number 6 is Amelia Bustamante, both from Red Deer.
And this race is off as well. 6 skaters, 100 meters, very tight front 3. Hard to say who took that one, but a very close race for our top skaters. We'll see who made the top final momentarily.
All right, we now have our Ability Division 3 mixed genders coming up for their 100 meters. In lane number 1, Darius Klywak. Lane number 2 is Jacob Kowalski-Dugas. Lane number 3 is Ethan Lester, all 3 from Red Deer Lions. And skating for Edmonton, we have in lane number 4, Margot Buhul, as well as Mateo Buhul in lane number 5. In lane number 6, we have Fleur Van Betham skating for Red Deer. And lane number 7 is Broderick Klywak out of Red Deer.
It was lane 2's Jacob Kowalski-Dugas who won the 200 meter, both the heat and the final earlier this morning. So a skater to watch in this 100 meter mass start heat for Ability Division 3 here at the Western Outdoor Classic in Red Deer. Following this race, there will be a short break for the officials and the skaters, and then we'll resume with 100 meter finals. Competitions like this can't happen without the support of all our volunteers, officials, judges, timers, starters, and so forth. So thank you to everyone else who's coming out to support speed skating in Central Alberta today. At the front, it is 148 and 151 battling for the top spot. That is Ethan Lester and Jacob Kowalski-Dugas. On the track now, it is Margot Bouliol from Edmonton, being cheered along by parents, friends, teammates, competitors alike. Great to see the athletes out there supporting each other. Margot's coach out there, urging her along as she passes the 50-meter mark, halfway through this grueling 100-meter race. 45 meters to go for Margot. Skaters of all ages welcome to come and try speed skating with the Red Deer Lions Speed Skating Club. Short track or long track, come try speed skating, get your family involved. It's a fantastic sport. And the club has a history of successful athletes moving on to the national team and Olympic levels. But right now it is Margot Bouliol stealing the show as she nears the line. And finishes her 100-meter race. And that brings an end to our 100-meter heats for divisions 1, 2, and 3 for the mixed gender 100-meter races. Next up should be a quick break, and then we will resume with 100-meter finals, starting with division 1, then 2, then 3. And that would bring an end to our morning of ability division racing, mass start style.
All right, folks, we're just going to have a quick 15-minute break. We'll be starting back up again at 11:39. Just want to make sure the ice stays nice and strong for our afternoon races. That'll be starting after our lunch. We do have 3 more ability races. Their 100-meter finals will be coming up after the break. And then we will move on to our lunch break and then an afternoon warm-up that will be starting until or ending at 12:25.
So there you have it. Racing resumes 11:39. That is in 11 minutes with the ability division 1, 2, and 3 100-meter mass start finals.
pretty nice. Especially for red deer, it was like high for it.
So we will be resuming shortly with the Ability Division 1, 2, and 3 100-meter mass start finals.
All right, we got a 3-minute warning, folks, and then we'll be going on to our last ability races of the day. At 11:39, we'll be starting off with Ability 1.
So we've got 7 100-meter mass start finals coming up across 3 divisions.
Don't forget that we do have a wonderful concession downstairs, all ready for your lunch needs.
And after these 100-meter finals, there'll be a lunch break and an afternoon warm-up for the racers who will be competing this afternoon at the Western Classic here in beautiful and sunny Red Deer at Setter's Place, Great Chief Park. This afternoon will be 500-meter, 300-meter, 1,500-meter, and elimination race events, a mix of mass start and Olympic style. Prize money on the line for track records. The referees just getting everything in order as the skaters are about to get onto the ice. First up will be Ability Division 1, 4 finals, 5 racers or so per race. This is day 2 of a 3-day event. The Western Classic competed in across the Canadian prairies, with Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta so far taking turns hosting. Being in Red Deer this year, a couple skaters coming up from the Olympic Oval program down in Calgary. Some of them back recently from Olympic trials in Quebec City. They'll be racing this afternoon in some of the Olympic style events. I think the schedule suggests it might be a 500-meter Olympic style, maybe around 2 p.m. or so.
Yeah, and also, literally
1500 meter as well later this afternoon. But first up, 100 meter mass start finals for ability divisions 1, 2, and 3. Just waiting for the skaters now.
All right, looks like our starters are ready, and we'll be going into ability Division 1 mixed gender race 12A.
Apologies for the slight delay. Looks like things are behind just a few minutes, but we should be starting momentarily with the first skaters now coming out towards
I just
the
want
ice.
to recognize a few more of our sponsors for our silent auction table: the Beauty Bar, Home Depot, Rustic Creations 2014, and Makeen Market. There's also a donation from the Mullets Barbershop. Anita Iveson, Adrienne Both, and Prairie Mobile Communications have donated the use of their walkie-talkies for the day. All right, first up, race 12A in lane number 1, we have Win Kondraki skating for Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 2 is Fisher Anderson, also from Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 3 is Maëlle Dugan, skating for Calgary Grizzlies. And lane number 4 is Olivia Cho for Calgary Speed Skating. And lane number 5 is Ingrid McLeod for Calgary Grizzlies.
So once again today in Ability Division 1, 5 skaters from Calgary representing 2 different clubs. Just like we saw with the 300 meter final earlier this morning. The Calgary Speed Skating Association and the Calgary Grizzlies with a good showing so far today. Other competitors in Ability Division 1 representing clubs in Lethbridge, Edmonton, Red Deer, and Lloydminster. And it looks like we will be getting started any second now. Skaters on the line for the Division 1 top final for the 100 meter. And it is close, but out front it is Win Kondraki with an early lead, 171. That is Fisher Anderson just behind, but at the line it will be Kondraki crossing first.
All right, next up for race 12B is lane number 1, Gunnar Norvilla for Red Deer. Lane number 2 is Benjamin Jesney for Calgary Grizzlies. Lane number 3 is Caitlin Goddard for Edmonton. Lane number 4 is Lucas Wan for Calgary Speed Skating. And lane number 5 is Ellis Jackson, also for Calgary Speed Skating.
Long track mass start speed skating, especially outdoors, known for skaters drafting off their competitors, trying to conserve energy, though in the 100 meter, skaters often staying in their own lane, not that they were required to, but to keep their own lane clear and just go all out to the finish line. If the wind picks up, we might see more and more skaters sliding in behind their competitors, trying to take the draft of their opponent and pass them near the finish. This is second final of the Ability Division 1 100 meter finals. Oh, almost a fall for 132 Benjamin Jesney, staying on his feet though, but he will be passed. It is a close finish for all 5 skaters. We'll leave that one up to the judges.
All right, next up is lane 1, Reed Adema for Lethbridge. Lane 2, Rebecca Wicks for Edmonton. Lane 3, Henry Adema, Lethbridge. Lane 4, Chet Israelson, Red Deer. And lane 5, Sabrina Jordan, Calgary.
And our third final is off. It is Reed Adema out front, but a very close finish. The rest of the skaters slowly closing on him. Hard to see from where I'm sitting, but a tight finish once again. They're in the final 3 for the 100 meter mass start event. One more final to go.
Next up, we have race 12D, lane number 1, Hugo Poole out of Edmonton. Lane number 2, Maxwell Swideriski, Lloyd Minister. Lane number 3, Alex Klywak for Red Deer Lions. And lane number 4, Connell Jordan for Calgary Speed Skating.
This will be the shortest event of the day, the 100 meter mass start. A pure sprint distance. Skaters competing in a range of distances. The ability divisions competing in 100, 200, and 300s. And this afternoon, the rest of the youth, neo junior, junior, master skaters and so forth, competing in 300 meter to 1500 meter events. But our fourth and final here is done. 203, Hugo Bouliol out in front. Maxwell Swiderski in second place, crossing the line. And a crash right near the end, but everyone looks okay and good to go.
All right, up next will be the Ability Division 2, Race 13A. Lane number 1, Gus Norvilla, Red Deer. Lane number 2, Bjorn Sove, Edmonton. Lane number 3, Kingston Sherwood, Red Deer. Lane number 4, Caleb Frith, Red Deer. Lane number 5, Emma DeVries, Red Deer. And lane number 6, Mabel Van Betham, Red Deer.
So we're now on Ability Division 2, second of 3 divisions. We've got 2 finals coming up. the 100-meter mass start finals. A mixed gender ability mass start event. And there goes the gun. Skaters are off. Looks like a bunch of skaters from Red Deer, the Red Deer Lion Speed Skating Club, nearing their 75th anniversary, but not quite there. But a tight finish for the 100-meter mass start Division II final.
All right, next up for Ability Division 2, we have race 13B, lane number 1, Amelia Bustamante, Red Deer. Lane number 2, Sherry Tellier, Red Deer. Lane number 3, Scarlett Ferrand, Red Deer. Lane number 4, Annalise Van Betham, Red Deer. And lane number 5, Jackson Willis, also from Red Deer.
So another race of Red Deer Lions Speed Skating Club skaters here on home ice. Maybe next time Red Deer hosts competition, some Saskatchewan or Manitoba skaters might show up as the Western Classic as a competition grows in popularity. Only in its third year, but it's keeping outdoor speed skating and racing alive in Canada. And the skaters are off. Out in front, it is Scarlett Ferrand, but also Amelia Bustamante. Close finish. It looks like it might be Amelia at the line, but hard to say at the end of 100 meters. That's the end of Division 2 100-meter finals. One more ability 100-meter event to go.
All right, next up is our Ability 3, 14A. Lane number 1, Jacob Kowalski-Dugas. Lane number 2, Ethan Lester. Lane number 3, Fleur Van Betham. Lane number 4, Darius Kywak. Lane number 5, Mateo Buhul, Edmonton. Lane number 6 is Broderick Kywak, Red Deer. And lane number 7 is Margot Buhul, also from Edmonton.
So this is our 7th and final 100-meter final event for ability divisions 1, 2, and 3, and this will bring an end to our morning races. This afternoon will feature youth, girls, and boys, as well as neo-juniors, juniors, seniors, masters, and all the other skaters competing in our Olympic-style events. 500-meter and 1500-meter Olympic-style races, 300-meter mass starts, 10-lap mass start elimination race, and some 1500-meter semifinals for the youth boys and girls. But here, Division 3, ability competition, 100-meter mass start final. And it is 148, Jacob Kowalski-Dugas out in front, a close finish, but looking to defend the title undefeated this morning at Ability Division 3 mass start racing. Still on the track is Margot Buhul of Edmonton. An up-and-coming skater from the Edmonton club. Being encouraged by one of the coaches, as well as some competitors and athletes on the sides, cheering Margot along. Margot is a good example of starting speed skating young. Many skaters of all ages, start speed skating and join their local club. No age is too young. Good friend and roommate, Graham Fish, Blue Straw, an Olympic athlete. He started at the age of 3. I don't think he regrets starting speed skating at 3. So if your kids are 3 or older, sign them up today with the Red Deer Lions Speed Skating Club. But on the ice, it's still Margot Bouliol coming on strong. 35 meters to go in this 100-meter race. Following this race, there will be warm-up ice for competitors who will be racing this afternoon. Goes until, I think, around 12:25 or so, maybe 12:30. And following that, there will be a officials lunch and break, a ice resurfacing as the pucks come off right now, and we will resume racing tentatively at 1:15 with this afternoon's mass start and Olympic style racing. First up, 500-meter Olympic style races, youth, girls, and boys. Tentative start for 1:15 after a break. And at the line, it is Margot Bouliol crossing the line of Edmonton, wrapping up our 100-meter mass start finals for Ability Division 1, 2, and 3. So for those of us here in Red Deer, the referees, volunteers, and the rest of us will take a break. We will let the afternoon competitors get on the ice for a quick warm-up, and we will see you this afternoon.
Looks like our ability division is done for the morning. We will assume they're racing tomorrow morning, and I will ensure that Sportity is updated, but schedule should go as planned. We do have an afternoon warm-up for our older youth and neo-junior master divisions until 12:25. After that, there should be some ice resurfacing at 12:30, and racing shall begin again at 1:15. All right, folks, just so you're aware, we have a 10-minute warning before we start the afternoon events with our youth and Neo Juniors. Again, just a gentle reminder for those watching outside. We love to hear all of the cheers, and we wish that you would do it from the stands so not to block any of our timers or the people at the finish line. Thanks again for your cooperation.
Hello, and welcome back to another afternoon of speed skating here at the Western Outdoor Classic in Red Deer at Setter's Place at Great Chief Park. This this afternoon. We have youth girls, youth boys, neo juniors, juniors, seniors, and masters. Lots of racing to come, starting off with Olympic style 500 meter. And later this afternoon, we will see 300 meter mass start, 1500 meter Olympic style, 10 lap elimination race, and 1500 meter semifinals for the youth girls and boys. So lots of racing to come here at the Western Canadian Outdoor Classic. It is very warm here today in Red Deer. It's a bit chilly this morning when racing started with our ability competition, mass start racing this morning with our younger skaters. It was about -7 or 8, and it is now about 8 degrees out in the sun in Red Deer. T-shirt weather. Feels like spring, though it is only January. This afternoon, I'll be joined by a co-commentator, a Red Deer Lions alumni, or alumnus, I guess, one person. I'm joined by Madison Perriman.
Hello, hello. Nice to join you on this beautiful day.
National team speed skater, 2022 Olympian, former world champion in the team sprint. And lots of racing to come. So looking forward to all the racing in our conversation.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful day, and I was lucky enough to be able to skate here this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, just by myself. And honestly, nothing really beats skating outside on a beautiful day. -20 to 30 days aren't very fun, but today it's like, you know, a perfect weekend, and the kids are really going to enjoy skating out here, and, you know, I'm sure we're going to get some fast times. You know, outdoor skating on beautiful days can be very fast, and there's not too much of a wind, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, hopefully those times are fast, because as the standard with the Western Canadian Outdoor Classic started 2 seasons ago in Manitoba, there's prize money on the line. I think it's prize money today for track records. So a couple of our top skaters today will be hoping to break some track records and bring home some cash.
All right, welcome back, folks. We're going to get on with the first race coming up for our 500-meter women's youth. Again, just a gentle reminder to ensure that we keep that place near the ice clear so our timers can see the finish line. All right, first up is going to be on the inside lane, skating for CSSA is Nina Ireland, and the outside lane is Hope Allen, also from CSSA.
And the first race is off. Nina Ireland and Hope Allen. 500 meter is 1 lap and a quarter. 100 meter opener down the home stretch in the straightaway, followed by 1 full lap of the 400 meter track. Skaters cross over on the back stretch, switching lanes. Doing 1 corner in the inside and 1 corner in the outside each.
This looks like it's going to be actually a close finish, and I know I just spoke with Hope's mom, but these two girls are good friends and teammates, and they really like to push each other, so I think this will be an exciting finish to the race.
You are correct. Very close at the line, though it looks like it might be Nina Ireland just out ahead after 500 meters.
All right, and our next set of racers, pair number 2 on the inside lane from CSSA in helmet 183 is Alexa Jesse. And in the outside lane, skating for Edmonton is Dion Bai.
So of the traditional Olympic style events, the 500 meter is the shortest of the sprints. A lot of sprinters on the international scene doing 500,000. Here in Alberta, most skaters doing every distance. Looks like our second pair is ready to go. There goes the gun, so pair 2 is off. We'll have 8 races in this 500 meter event. You know something about sprinting, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely am not a pure sprinter, but I definitely am on the middle to sprint side of skating. So, you know, I typically, my best race is the 1,000 meter and the 1,500 meter as well. However, I've skated, you know, a handful of 500s at World Cups and, you know, done well nationally. But, yeah, the 500, you definitely need some pure sprinting ability right off the bat, and that's something I don't have, but I can definitely get it going more through the race.
The 500 feels a bit more all out than the other events.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
kind
The
of
500
guns blazing
is
from the start.
a full-on sprint, and
up next for our pair number 3, in the inside lane, we have Grace McGee, helmet 187, skating for CSSA. And the outside lane is Dia Zamborski, also from CSSA, with helmet 176.
So in this one, we'll see skaters going all out right from the start. No need to conserve energy. It's only a lap and a quarter.
yeah, no. I mean, when you're younger, a lap on a straightaway feels very long, but these kids are
Or when you're my age. Feels
yeah.
long once again.
Yeah, the younger and the older you get, it feels a long race. But yeah, these kids definitely should be going full on sprinting.
A little bit of wind out today, not too bad. We'll see where they are now in the backstretch, going into the wind just a little bit.
Yeah, the wind seems to be picking up a little bit, so that backstretch definitely is coming out of that corner might be a little tough for some kids. But you get the wind on your back coming down the back or the home stretch, so that's better.
It looks like it might be Zamborski out in front in this pair, crossing the line at the end of 500 meters. Wrapping up our third pair.
All right, up next in our pair number 4, we have inside lane Zoe Kinney, skating for CSSA, and outside lane Savannah Larock out of Calgary Grizzlies.
Lots of competitors today in this event, the 500 meter event, from Calgary, Edmonton, Lethbridge, and one from Red Deer. You were a Red Deer skater once.
Yes, I did not skate a race here ever. When I was growing up, we skated the Golden Circle, which was more downtown Red Deer, and then this facility was built for the 2019 Canada Winter Games. So never raced here, but or officially raced here, but have done some training over the years, especially during COVID. You know, people have come and gone in the Red Deer Club, but they've always been super supportive of me. And, you know, it's a credible club to be a part of. And, you know, I love coming back and watching the young kids skate here and give back to the club that's given me so much.
Yeah, and they've been around in the community for a while. Walking in, I saw a banner saying they've been around since 1952.
Yeah.
And I'm no mathematician. I have a degree in anthropology, but that suggests something in their almost 75 years. Coming up on that at least.
Yeah. And my mom, who grew up speed skating in Winnipeg, actually raced at the Golden Circle.
All right. Next up is pair number 5 on the inside lane, Gabrielle Everhart skating for Edmonton, and outside lane is Kate Jackson from CSSA.
So it's great to see the, you know, torch being passed on to the next generation and the next generation of skaters here at Red Deer with the Red Deer Lions Speed Skating Club. Successful club over the years. With, I think I was hearing earlier today, 4 Olympians.
4 Olympians, yep.
Not bad for one of the smaller urban centers of the Speed Skating Club as far as Canada goes, competing against the likes of not just Edmonton and Calgary, but your Torontos and Vancouvers, Winnipegs of Canada. But still a very strong competitive club nonetheless. The 2 Calgary clubs this morning in the top division of our mass start and our younger ability meet skaters. The 2 Calgary clubs, Calgary Speed Skating Association and the Grizzlies, cleaning up most of the podium spots in the top division. Now we're looking for Lethbridge, Red Deer, Edmonton, Lloydminster, and skaters from abroad, Saskatoon, Winnipeg, and a few other places, hoping to compete for those spots as we get into our Olympic-style racing this afternoon, as well as 300-meter mass start races.
All right, up next is going to be our pair number 6 on the inside lane, Morgan Edema skating for Lethbridge, and outside lane is Raywin Mark skating for Calgary Grizzlies.
One thing that's changed a lot from when I grew up skating was I basically did mass start, only mass start until, 14, 15, maybe 13. I'd go down to Calgary and skate, 500 here and there. But, most of it was just mass start. And now they seem to be getting, doing Olympic style, at least the shorter distances, younger and younger, which that's what we do at, the national team level and the Olympic style or Olympic level is Olympic style. So I think it's really good to get kids younger and exposed to some of those shorter distance doing Olympic style. It's definitely a different race than, drafting off your teammates and, having 4 or 5 people across the line with you. And, really you're just skating against the time. Yes, you have a pair, but it's mostly skating against the time. So I think it's great to see kids starting to do it a little bit younger and understanding how it all works because, it's quite different.
Well, and there is a crash in the north corner. One skater going down in the outside lane. Up back on their skates, though. They will be finishing strong at the outside, though. Glad to see them back on their feet. But yeah, I totally agree, especially in the shorter races, the 300 meter, the 500 meter, anything around that. Getting used to that Olympic style racing and not just doing mass start. It is a whole other beast. It's you out there against yourself in the elements, especially racing outdoors. So.
All right, our next pair for race number 7. On the inside lane, we have Calandria Pino at a CSSA, and outside lane is Helene Forsyth skating for Lethbridge.
This is pair 7 of 8 pairs in the women's 500 meter Olympic style. Next up in the youth category, we'll have the men's 500 meter with 10 pairs, followed by the mixed 500 meter, which is our neo juniors and older. Should be quite a lengthy event. Looks like 14 pairs there.
It looks like we have a handful in like the neo juniors to masters. There's a handful of oval skaters that train in Calgary full time. So that's nice to see kids coming down and, not just young kids, but late 20s adults, to come and be able to skate outside. And, some of those kids grew up skating outside and, only Calgary and I guess now Quebec City, you grow up skating indoors. So a lot of kids from across the province grow up skating outdoors. And I think you learn how to brave the elements a little bit more. So it's nice to come back and skate outside for some of these older adults.
Absolutely, and no need to brave the elements today with how beautiful and sunny it is out, but it might remind you of some of those few nice days you had growing up when you were skating and it was nice and not minus 30 in Saskatoon or wherever you're from.
All right, and our next race on the outside lane is Campbell Jakeman skating for Red Deer Lions.
And Campbell Jakeman will be skating alone, no pair today, due to an odd number of competitors in the women's youth 500-meter Olympic-style event. This race will be followed by the men's 500-meter. 10 pairs in that one. Madison, do you find it harder to race alone when you don't have a pair? How big a difference does it make to have a pair next to you on the line?
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, you're racing for a time, but there is an element of having a pair. You know, I think at this young age, you're just going out and trying to skate your best. Obviously, it's nice to try and beat someone, but yeah, and definitely in certain races, it's, you know, there's pros and cons, but it is very nice to have someone to chase down in the 500. If you have, you know, starting on the outer and you're moving to the inner, you see that person in front of you and you can chase them down. Like, you know, unfortunately right now, Campbell has no one to chase down on that back stretch, and there's a bit of a wind, you know, so that might be tough. But, yeah, it doesn't make or break your race, but it does help to have a pair there. And unfortunately, but we got the hometown girl. This is her club, so she knows this rink. And she'll have a great last.
Seem to know her. I hear some cheering. I see some clapping.
Yeah.
People are bringing her home for the last 100 meters of this 500-meter race.
I'm sure she's got a lot of family and teammates cheering her on.
Yeah, the bleachers are filling out. For those of you on the live cast, thanks for joining anyways, but it'd be nicer if you were here in person. It's a beautiful day out here outside in Red Deer.
All right, going into our men's division here, we have pair number 1 in the inside lane, Nicholas Wang from CSSA, and outside lane is Aiden Gao out of Saskatoon.
So we see the first of a couple of out-of-province skaters. Aiden Gao, I'm sure, after having a delightful day racing here, will be going back to Saskatoon and telling the rest of his club and teammates how amazing it was racing outside at Great Chief Park here in Red Deer. 8 degrees, sunny, beautiful day, barely windy. And maybe next year or in a few years when Red Deer hosts this event again, a whole contingent of Saskatoonians can come on by and join the Alberta skaters here at the Western Canada Outdoor Classic. So the first pair of 10 pairs in the youth category for the men's 500 meter.
Gonna be a close finish.
But it looks like it is Wang of CSSA taking the lead right at the end there.
All right, our next pair for the men's youth in inside lane is Yang Fang from CSSA, and outside lane is Loreto Pino of CSSA.
Lots of skaters from Calgary here today. The CSSA club, well represented, but also skaters from Edmonton, Saskatoon, Banff, Canmore, the Calgary Grizzlies, Red Deer, Lloydminster.
And Rocky Mountain House.
Rocky Mountain House, thank you. Missed that one. Oh, yes. I'm gonna have to snuff my abbreviations.
Alberta small town abbreviations. Yeah, Rocky. They have they've always had some good skaters, and I know growing up, they came to skate with us in long track, and it was always nice to have new training partners. So, you know, unfortunately, I'm not really sure if they've got if the Rocky kids skate here in Red Deer. I'm gonna assume they come every once in a while, but we can probably get that information. But yeah, it's nice to have a wide variety of kids from across the province here.
Absolutely. You want clubs in as many places as possible. I was speaking to someone from Nunavut, and they said their smallest club is 4 skaters. So no size is too small when it comes to speed skating clubs across Canada.
All right, our next set of racers on pair number 3, we have in the inside lane Parker Budick out of CSSA, and outside lane is Aiden Cho, also CSSA.
So how old are youth skaters? This morning I watched the Ability Mass Start competition, and most of them seemed around 10 or younger. Maybe one or two of them were about 3 or 4 years old. So some parents starting the kids off young.
Very young, yes.
Never too early to start speed skating. And if you do want to try speed skating, make sure to check out the Facebook page for the Red Deer Lions. They do try-it sessions where you can come and put some skates on and go for a rip around the oval or try some short track. Always looking for more people to join the club. Fantastic sport to get your family involved.
Yeah, and especially with the Olympics in Milan coming up in about a month's time, you know, people, well, I guess less than a month now, yeah. You know, people see these sports on TV and then, you know, they want to put their kids in it or their kids see it. And I know a lot of my teammates, that's how they fell in love with the sport, is they saw it at the Olympics and found a club and wanted to try it. So I think after, you know, when the Olympics happen, so many people see these sports and want to get involved. And so, you know, regardless where you are in the province, there's probably a club near you.
Absolutely.
Get involved.
Lots of places in Alberta to try speed skating.
All right, next up, pair number 4, inside lane, we have Daxton Pushel out of Edmonton. And the outside lane is Cameron Duncan out of Banff Canmore.
The sun is beautiful today, but my goodness, having to start right looking into the sun is definitely a hard thing to do.
Yeah, thankfully I'm seeing most skaters wearing
Ski goggles.
Sunglasses of
Sunglasses.
some sort.
Yeah, ski goggles, that's a big thing growing up. I remember wearing all those ski goggles to, one, obviously racing in -20, you wanted those. But on a day like today, it's not freezing, but, you know, you have two straight into the sun. And it when the ice is this great, it's like you're on glass, so it's very much just like reflecting right into your eyes. I wouldn't be shocked if they didn't know where the finish was.
Yeah. I feel the albedo of the ice is quite high.
Yeah.
So, well, hopefully they can see the finish line, which they're approaching right now. Looks like it was Cameron Duncan taking the lead there, representing Banff Canmore in our 4th pair of the youth men's 500-meter Olympic-style event.
All right, our next pair of skaters is pair number 5. We have in the inside lane, Judah Pudick out of Edmonton. Outside lane is Jaden Cho from CSSA.
So you mentioned the ski goggles and sunglasses, though I see the skaters are wearing the whole variety of equipment. So what do you need to skate an Olympic-style race? What's the bare minimum?
Well, when I was growing up and at my level, there's actually no requirements. All you need is a skin suit. Obviously, Canadian, they have different rules on ankle protection versus internationally. But, technically in long track Olympic style at, let's say, junior to senior master level, all you need is a skin suit. And majority of people wear glasses in your skates. But at the younger age, obviously, there's a bit more safety concern, and people want to make sure the kids are being safe. So helmets are required until a certain age, until you are into, I believe, the neo-juniors or juniors. Juniors, for sure, don't have to wear helmets. The neo-juniors or youth are required to wear helmets just as the safety precaution. And, majority of them, all of them are also wearing cut-proof resistance suits. So if there's any falls, it's obviously not cut-proof, but cut resistance to avoid any injuries.
All right, our next set of racers for pair number 6 in the inside lane, skating for Edmonton, is Nicholas Bozudenhout. And the outside lane is Samuel Jesney out of Calgary Grizzlies.
I was actually talking earlier this morning. When I was growing up skating, probably from 5, 6 years old, I don't think all I wore was a skin suit, no helmet, no nothing. But obviously safety has changed over the years, and now helmets are required and, you know, whatnot. But it's probably a good thing to have to wear helmets, especially, you know, kids are falling a lot more frequently than we do at the high level. But obviously falls still happen, and people do get injured.
Absolutely. And safety first. You see other sports, like, for example, football, moving towards protecting people's heads, not just at the youth level, but even at the, you know, level of the NFL and all that. And it's good. You know, we have all these athletes and want to keep everyone safe and protected as best as possible. So no harm done wearing a couple helmets. And if you can shove a toque on underneath it when it's -30 in Red Deer,
Yeah,
you do what you got to do to stay warm.
Yep, you know, some of the younger kids this morning, as you see today, everyone's at this age will be just wearing skin suits with, I'm sure, stuff underneath. But some kids this morning were wearing coats and jackets and everything to try and stay warm at 9:30 this morning when it was quite chilly.
Looks like we may have had a fall
yep.
or something. Not sure what happened there. Lost sight of them from up we are in the booth, but it looks like skater 212 did just fall. That's Nicholas Zoudenhout. Hopefully they are okay, but they will be finishing the race, thankfully, which is always a good sign.
Yep.
All right, after we do a little ice cleanup there, our next set of racers for pair number 7 on the inside lane, skating for Red Deer Lions, is Grayson Fox. And the outside lane is Aiden Zamborski from CSSA.
I'm just looking at from the booth here. We just have a couple of our oval skaters just get on the ice. So, you know, obviously we've got some young kids racing right now, but in a short minute we're going to have some fast times, and like we said, some maybe track records. It's always hard to know how fast, especially when we're up here. We have no idea what the times are, but they are pretty fast times from Canada Winter Games. There are some really good skaters there, but I do think there's potential for people to get close. Maybe not so much. The guys that are here are not as much 500 skaters as they are more 15. So I think that 15 track record might have a better shot of getting broken. But again, the ice looks beautiful. It's nice. You really have no idea.
We always hope for fast times. That 1,500-meter Olympic-style event coming through in a couple hours from now. But on the ice right now, we have pair 7, the hometown hero, Grayson Fox of the Red Deer Lions Speed Skating Club, on the ice here in the youth men's 500-meter event, cheered on by his teammates, surely friends, family, colleagues, school friends, who knows? But it's getting loud here at Setter's Place here in Red Deer. Must be a popular fellow. It looks like he will take the pair.
All right, our next set of racers for pair number 8 in the inside lane, skating for Rocky Mountain House, is Shepard Halliday. And the outside lane for Lloyd Minister is Benjamin Swideriski.
It's always good seeing national team and Calgary Olympic Oval alumni around the Oval, just looking around, seeing a couple of coaches and parents and volunteers and other people that had been part of large speed skating programs for large parts of their lives, or potentially still part of those. Always good seeing them around the local club events, supporting, you know, people younger than them.
Next
in their
generation.
early development races and all that.
Yeah, it's something about speed skating as I've gotten older and, you know, talking with obviously my parents and just people around the sport is it is, you know, a very successful international sport. You know, we do very well at the Olympics, but it is a small sport across Canada. And so it's a very tight-knit community. You know, a lot of people are involved in speed skating their entire life, whether that's as an athlete and then a coach and an official, or, you know, some people just get involved as an official and stay part of it even though they never skated growing up. And I think that's really awesome to see these small sports giving back and, you know, having a good close-knit community.
It takes the entire community to run an event like this, so shout out to all the volunteers and alumni here today helping this happen.
All right, our next set of racers, pair number 9 from Edmonton is Declan Putik, and the outside lane is William Hockenhall.
This is the second last pair in the youth men's 500 meter Olympic style event before we moved on to the mixed 500 meter, Neo Junior to Masters is the age range. I'm seeing about B2 to an M55, so a large age range for sure.
I was just going to say, so it looks like we just had our first false start of the Olympic styles. So with Olympic style, the race is allowed one false start. So one person, inner or outer, can false start, but when that happens, they both are required or given a false start. And if you do a second false start, regardless if you did the first one, you are disqualified. So thankfully, only one false start. Looks like they're off to a clean start now, but the false start rule has changed over the years. That, you know, used to be everyone got 2, long track and short track, and now they've definitely changed that over the years. And, you know, short track, I believe, is only 1 false start. It's changed a bit over the years, but in long track, there's at least, you know, if you false start, you're not immediately disqualified. There is a second chance.
Are double false starts common? Like, how many times did you do that in your career so far? I
have never double false started in my at least junior to senior career. I was a very driven kid, so I'm sure I would have remembered, because I probably would have been quite upset if I had double false started. Definitely got DQ'd for other things, but I honestly don't think I have ever double false started. Can't say the same for the Dutch, though.
I don't know if I could say the same for myself, even.
All right, and our last group for the youth male pairs for the 500 Olympic style. In the inside lane is William Isaac from CSSA, and outside lane is Brock Sheldrake from Rocky Mountain House.
Speaking of double false starts, just recently at the Dutch Olympic trials, one of the top 500,000 skaters in the world, she unfortunately double false started in the 500 and was disqualified, and, you know, had a very good chance of going to the Olympics and, you know, potentially even medaling. So although, yeah, it does happen at the young age, it can happen really at any level, and obviously it's unfortunate, but that's the way that sport goes. You got to stand still on the line.
Sometimes the nerves get the best of you.
Yep.
Or maybe the wind blows a little hard.
Here in Red Deer, yes, maybe that's some of the false starts. Is usually the starters are pretty good if you're crossing the line because of the wind. But, you know, I do remember my sister years ago at a Canadian age class competition. I don't think she got disqualified. Might have to ask her about that, but definitely at least got a false start because she was a bit light back then and got pushed across the line, and that is part of a false start. Not only moving, but crossing the line can be a false start, and yeah, unfortunately she got one because of the wind.
Well, sometimes it's nice to be compared to Olympic hopeful Dutch speed skater when you're a young up-and-coming skater from Red Deer. So always a nice comparison.
All right, we are now going to be moving on to our Neo Juniors Masters 500 Olympic style. On pair number 1, we have on the inside lane Nathan Kettle-Kusabek out of Red Deer, and the outside lane is Joel Simpson out of Winnipeg.
So in this event, in the mixed 500 meter open category, we have 14 pairs. Red Deer, Winnipeg, Calgary, Edmonton. All kinds of places represented today. But on the track right now is Kettle-Kusabek of Red Deer and Simpson of Winnipeg.
And Nathan's got quite the skin suit. Joel's wearing the Olympic oval skin suit, but Nathan has got a...
Might be reflecting more light than the next.
It was the Magic Bullets, I believe we called them back in the day. There was 10, 12 years ago. We had some skin suits, the club skaters with that, and yeah.
Looks like it's camouflage to blend in with the oval itself.
Quite the skin suit. Looks great, very fast.
Trying to deceive some judges or something. Blending right in.
All right, our next pair, pair number 2 in the inside lane is Adam Buchwald from Winnipeg, and the outside lane is Angus Hicks with helmet 218.
So skating for different teams, it seems like, whether you're skating for a club or the national program or a provincial team, you get a different suit, different colors to identify with your club. So with a career like yours, how many suits do you think you've accumulated over years speed skating?
Wow, that's a great question.
5, 6?
Probably a bit more than that. Being part of the national team, we receive at least one suit a year. Obviously, sometimes a bit more if we're going to more competition. So some years I've received 1, some years I've received 3 or 4. So definitely have to think about that. I've accumulated a handful though.
But more than 5?
Oh, definitely more than 5.
All right, our next set of racers for pair number 3 in the inside lane, we have Evan Boyce out of CSSA, and outside lane is James Wigglesworth for Red Deer.
And surely sometimes some of that gear ends up back in the hands of younger skaters once national team skaters are done with it. I think downstairs we have a silent auction of sorts happening here at the competition. So for those of you tuning in today on the live stream and having a hard time handling the excitement of the racing from the comfort of your home, they might come here to watch in person tomorrow. Be sure to come and make sure some money goes back to the club through the silent auction. It looks like there was a national team shirt or a Canada shirt or something donated by Madison Perriman or something. Maybe you could enlighten us to what that was.
Get a handful of things given to us, and I wear them, but I also feel it's important to give back to the old sponsors. I tend to try and give them back to the club or donate them for silent auctions. Growing up, I had a handful of things from family friends that were on the national team and were speed skaters, and it feels awesome wearing Canada gear at 12, 13, 14, even younger than that. So yeah, I think I donated a couple t-shirts, a t-shirt and a long sleeve just this year. But you know, over the years I've given some skin suits and jackets and whatnot. It's nice to see young kids wearing them when I come back to the club.
All right, our next set of racers in the inside lane, we have Emma Langstrom out of Grizzlies in Calgary. In the outside lane, we have Luke Blue out of CSSA.
The hometown favorite, James Wigglesworth, in the last pair, put on a clinic. Dominant performance.
Again, it's just too unfortunate that we don't have a lap board here or not a lap, but the timing board to see how fast people are skating. Might need to start taking some time.
I would hand time, but I can't even see the start line from where I'm sitting, so.
No, but you can hear the gun. I mean, you can hear the gun, and when you have great eyes like me, you can see the finish. It's probably a little off, but maybe the next couple pairs we'll have to do some hand timing, see how fast we're going.
Yeah, I do wonder how fast they're going. Definitely looks fast to me from up here. Skaters ripping through the backstretch right now on the crossing straight.
We also have a reminder for everybody to back away from the ice track so the timers can see people as they cross the finish line. So a good couple steps back, folks.
Both skaters rocking the Alberta provincial team gear in that race. Classic blue and yellow suits.
Yes, yep. Had a handful of those over the years.
All right, our next set of racers, pair number 5, inside lane is Johnson By out of Edmonton. Outside lane is Mila Ireland out of CSSA.
So when it comes to racing outdoors, is there such thing as too warm of weather? Like, it's beautiful out today. This is amazing. The volunteers don't look overly cold. It's sunny. It's nice. The spectators are in the stands, not shivering their toes off.
You know, I don't know the exact temperature, but it can get too warm, yes. You know, when it's, I think we said, oh yeah, it looks like we just have a ice repair, so there's going to be a bit of delay. Yeah, you know, we said it was about 8 degrees. I think when you get closer to 10 to 12, it is beautiful out. However, this is artificial ice. It's not, there's no refrigeration underneath. So when it does start getting really warm, the ice will start melting, and that can cause issues. And, you know, obviously we don't want skaters to be skating through puddles. So we don't want to get much warmer than this.
And the sustainability of the ice. Too many warm days in a row and it wears down. So you might have one fast day of racing, but you don't want that to come at a cost of losing your ice for another competition or another day of racing.
No, for sure.
But looks like racing will be resuming here. And yes, skaters on the track. There we go. Skaters wearing armbands. You can see on the inside lane a white armband, on the outside lane a red armband. So skaters are wearing the same racing suit. You can still tell them apart by their armbands even after the crossing straight, where sometimes it can get a bit confusing. 500's pretty straightforward with only one cross, but races like the 10,000 meter Olympic style where they cross 25 times, you can easily lose track of who's who if they're wearing the same gear.
Exactly, yep.
All right, our next set of racers for pair number 6 in the inside lane, skating for Calgary Grizzlies, is Mason Rehorse. Outside lane is Abagoni Osua of Edmonton.
We'll see later this afternoon when we get the quads for the 1500s. I believe they're quadded. But when there's 4 races, it means a quad for 2 pairs are going at once. So there's 4 skaters, and they will be wearing red and white and yellow and blue armbands. So
why aren't these 500-meter races quadded?
So the 500s are, I feel like they're quadded in the Netherlands, which is very rare, but typically, you know, the shortest distance we've started quadding is 1,000s. 500s are just too quick to, you know, get people to the line. When you say go to the start, athletes have as much time as they need to set up and get prepared to start, and so you don't want to rush that too much. In the 500, there's not enough time. You don't want to rush people, so the 500 will never be quadded. But you know, longer distances, because they take longer and you're not going as fast, we tend to quad them just to, you know, take the time down and not have to wait around as long.
All right, our pair number 7 coming up on the inside lane is Stein Rehorst out of Calgary Grizzlies. And the outside lane is Matthew Wilson out of CSSA.
Our 7th race is off, halfway through the mixed 500-meter event here at the Western Canada Outdoor Classic at Setter's Place in Red Deer. 7 more pairs to go of mixed 500-meter races. And then we will have a quick break for the officials and for the athletes before coming back with the youth girls and boys 300-meter mass start heats. So more mass start racing to come, followed by Olympic style, and then once again more mass start. So lots of racing today.
Yeah, lots of back and forth and doing Olympic style and mass start.
All right, our next setup, pair number 8 in the inside lane is Molly Poulin out of Calgary Grizzlies. Outside lane is Toby Powell from CSSA.
So the 300-meter mass start feels pretty short. What's the shortest mass start race at the World Cup level?
So at the World Cup level, there's there's technically 2 depending on what age you are. So at the senior level, there's mass start, and it's 16 laps and it's a points race. At the junior level, which I would prefer if we could do it at the senior level, is a 10-lap mass start race. Again, points based. So it's been the last, you know, since I went to Junior Worlds in 2015, and mass starts were just starting to come into more of the World Cup and Junior World Cup circuit. So they've been around for quite a while, and it looks like they are doing, you know, speed skating's always evolving, trying to be more spectator friendly, and so there is a new mass start elimination race that will be tried out, not at the international senior level, but more at the junior level. So we have that later today, hopefully, given the weather holds up, and I think it'll be really interesting.
Always good to see the clubs at the cutting edge of speed skating trial events.
All right, our next setup, pair number 9 in the inside lane is Andy Mark from Calgary Grizzlies, and outside lane is Shah Khan out of CSSA.
Yeah, I mean, you know, clubs are always trying to, you know, make things easier for the officials and for the meet coordinators, just due to not having transponders and electrical timing and, you know, having to do hand timing and not always having volunteers that know everything about speed skating, right? A lot of it's parents and people just willing to help. And so I think it's really interesting to try new events. I know years ago they were trying relay events, making things more fun for kids and just trying to make it more, not just Olympic style and mass start, but include more events. And so, You know, I think the Master Elimination race at the senior level has been talked about, and I know teammates and, you know, athletes from other countries have talked about maybe doing that, and maybe that being more of a fun race. They do it in cycling. They have an elimination race, and, you know, cycling, track cycling, and speed skating, you know, can be similar in the sense of the race style, and obviously they're on bikes and we're on skates, but some things are very similar, and so I would love to see a elimination race at an international level. And, you know, if it works well with the clubs, I think that there's no issues with trying it at eventually, you know, a higher level, national level, and then eventually international level.
Well, you never know. Maybe someone from the International Skating Union's tuned into the stream today, watching some exciting races here in Red Deer, and they'll take notes of how our Mass Start experience goes and bring it to the international level if needed.
I'm sure that they're probably watching this.
What pair are we on?
I wouldn't doubt it for a second.
All right, our next set of racers for pair number 10 from Edmonton, we have Marika Anderson in the inside lane. On the outside lane, we have Santiago Khan from CSSA.
So skaters today chasing down some, or trying to chase down some track records, all of which, if not most of which, set in 2019 at the Canada Winter Games, hosted here in Red Deer at this beautiful new facility. Breaking a track record should pot you some cash at the Western Canada Outdoor Classic. The only thing better than skating outdoors on a day like today in Red Deer is skating outdoors in Red Deer and winning money.
Yeah, you can't beat skating outside and winning some money. On a day like this, minus 30, maybe not.
Thankfully, not at minus 30 today. We've heard the unfortunate news recently that some racing in other parts of the prairies were canceled this weekend due to not great conditions, bit of a snowstorm, minus 36 or so, but Red Deer seems to scrape by okay, and we're happy that this meet was able to go ahead with such great conditions for both the skaters and the volunteers.
All right, our pair number 11 coming up on the inside lane is Poppy Wheelhouse from Banff Canmore. Outside lane is Logan Sheldrake out of Rocky Mountain House.
So I'm just on speedskatingresults.com looking at some of the track records and times from Canada Games in 2019. So for the women, looks like Brooklyn McDougall, just qualified for her second Olympics in the 500, has the track record at 40.2. And on the men's side, her boyfriend actually, who went to the Olympics in 2022 with me and who just narrowly missed out qualifying for his second Olympics, Tyson Langlark, he has the track record in the 500, which is a 37.15. So once we get some official results, we'll be able to see with the men and women how close they were to some of those times, and who knows, maybe a track record was broken. We don't know quite a bit.
Don't know till you know.
We
but
don't
if
know,
we find out about that, we'll be sure to come right back to the live stream with an update. That'll be an exciting development here.
All right, next up is pair number 12, inside lane. Skating for Rocky Mountain House is Grace Halliday. And the outside lane we have from CSSA is Shahana Jua.
So this is pair 12 of 14 pairs, so we're near the end of the pairs in the mixed 500 meter Western Canada Outdoor Classic event. Following the last three pairs here, we will be taking a quick break for the officials and volunteers to go inside, warm up quick, let the skaters get ready for the next event, and then we'll be coming back with some 300 meter mass start racing at the youth age category.
Yeah, and I'm just now looking at the 1500 meter times that potentially could be broken later today. With the men, it's a 1:56.12, which for outdoor, quite quick. And on the women's side, it is also Brooklyn McDougall. However, I feel like this time is maybe a bit more attainable. It is at 2:16, 69, which really is not too fast. So I think depending on if some of the girls are skating, I think that's definitely doable to get close to it. Yeah.
With conditions like we have
With-
today,
yeah.
you never know.
You never know.
Sometimes the stars just align.
Yeah.
All right, our next race for race 13 in the inside lane, we have Haley Clark from Lloydminster. Outside lane is Bruce Waldron from Edmonton.
Do you know if there's prize money for the 300-meter event? Because that is an event that was not raced at the Canada Winter Games. They don't race it at the junior level and up. Competition as high level as the Canada Winter Games starts at the 500-meter these days.
It's a great question. We'll have to figure that out. I'm not too sure if the track records and potential of the track records being broken are just the official Olympic style track records, or if we also have some mass start track records, because that would be great to have both of those, have them in the system, but then also have them be beat and give some of those kids some prize money, maybe some money to help pay for the gas to get here if they're out from out of towners.
Oh, I can almost guarantee that's not where the money will be going if it is one. Hopefully they go and buy themselves some
Maybe
candy or
good
ticket to the movies.
Yeah, dinner maybe on Sunday night. Remember growing up, whenever we had we went to club meets and had competitions, my parents would always let us choose somewhere to go on the Sunday night, and it was usually fast food. Peter's was a big sell in Calgary.
Nothing beats a milkshake for dinner from Peter's Driving.
And our last race, pair number 14 on the inside lane, we have from CSSA, helmet 204, Dean Lavoie. Outside lane, helmet 101 is Alicia Began out of Lethbridge.
No, it is nice seeing skaters from across the province coming here, converging in one place for a beautiful weekend of racing. It'd be good to have more events like this. I noticed earlier we had 2 skaters from Winnipeg, at least 1 or 2 from Saskatoon, Banff Canmore, but maybe one day the Western Canadian Outdoor Classic will be full of skaters from across the prairies.
Yeah, I think, growing up and skating in Red Deer at our club meet, I remember busloads of people coming, and it was a big fun trip. People would take a bus from clubs, and Saskatchewan had a big bus come, and we had friends, and that was such like a fun thing to look forward to, is seeing them. And when I was growing up, we didn't have social media, so the only way you got to see your friends was maybe if you had an email, but it was at these meet club competitions, Western national competitions, whether it's national or maybe even just like East and West. And I would love to see, I think we have about 100 kids skating this weekend, and it would be great to have 200 kids skating. And I know outdoor skating can be sometimes not fun, but on a weekend like this, it's hard to beat.
Totally. And the skaters from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, they're used to it. Their ovals are the same as this. So it'd be nice to, next year, a bus from Saskatoon, a bus from Winnipeg, a bus from Regina.
Yeah. Get some more kids out here skating, and, at the international level, sometimes there are outdoor racing.
All right, folks, we are going to take a quick break. We will be restarting our races at 2:19. Don't forget about the toonie drop. Everybody's a winner.
All right, it's 2:09 on the clock right now, so quick 10-minute break. Moving the start location, giving the volunteers a quick break, refill their coffee thermoses, let the skaters get ready for the next round, and we'll be back in 10 minutes with youth, men's and women's 300-meter mass start.
Also, folks, we do have a few more of those 2026 Western Outdoor Classic hoodies still left near the Toonie drop. As far as my last information is known, we have 2 youth extra large and 2 youth medium, and that is it.
Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing about the NSF that I would like.
just about ready to kick off again. Skaters getting ready to get back on the ice. Looks like the volunteers and starters and refs are just about ready to go. Next up is the youth female 300 meter mass start races. We have 3 heats, followed by 4 heats of 300 meter youth male mass start races. Finals will be later today. Qualification is winner of each heat, plus the next 2 fastest times will make the final. The 300 meter race is a 3/4 lap race. We'll be starting in the southeast corner, doing a straightaway, hit the north corner, come back down south on the opposite straightaway, and finishing at the usual finish line, same finish line actually that we just saw in the 500 meter races, the Olympic style ones. Unlike with the Olympic style, with 2 skaters on the line, switching lanes in the backstretch, we were back to mass start style racing that we saw this morning. 5 skaters on the line, drafting, racing, jostling for position, all allowed in the mass start competitions. This also comes with more safety precautions. We'll see skaters back out there with cut-proof suits and helmets of sorts. Skaters are identified no longer by armbands, but now by helmet numbers.
All right, we are now going to get ready for our 300 mass start youth females. We're going to have 3 races for these ladies. And they should be pretty quick. Again, make sure that we do leave some room for all of our timers to see the finish line, as well as our refs along the side. So just make sure that you've backed up enough along the ice and sit in the stands and cheer them on.
Much like the 500 meter, the 300 meter, another sprint distance. Common in mass start competitions. Saw a few of them this morning at the ability half of our race weekend with ability divisions 1, 2, and 3. So we've got 300 meter mass start races, then we have some 1500 meter quartets for our open category. We'll go back to the 300 meter finals after that. And then we have a 10 lap mass start elimination race. And then to cap off the day, 1500 meter semifinals for the youth girls and boys. Finals will be tomorrow at day 3 of the Western Canada Outdoor Classic here at Sutter's Place in Red Deer.
All right, in our first race in lane number 1, skating for Lethbridge is Morgan Adema. Lane number 2 from Calgary Speed Skating Association is Nina Ireland. Lane number 3, Helene Forsyth from Lethbridge. Lane number 4 is Zoe Kinney from Calgary Speed Skating. And lane number 5 is Alexa Jesse from Calgary Speed Skating.
A little slip on the start there, but all skaters eventually get off clean. It looks like it might be Nina Ireland of CSSA in the red and black suit out front, though hard to get confirmation on the helmet number from here. Skaters in the youth female 300 meter mass start representing CSSA, Lethbridge, Calgary Grizzlies, Red Deer, and Edmonton. And it is Ireland out front, followed by Alexa Jesse and Zoe Kinney.
right, next race, 18B in lane number 1, we have Candelera Pino from Calgary. Lane number 2, Hope Allen, also from Calgary. Lane number 3, Grace McGee, Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 4 is Raywin Mark, Calgary Grizzlies. And lane number 5, Diaz Zamborski, Calgary Speed Skating.
So in this second heat, 5 skaters from Calgary, from 2 of their clubs. Off the line, it looks like it might be Hope Allen out in front, followed by Grace McGee and Dia Samborski. And it is Allen with a healthy lead, coming to the line first, but close for second between McGee and Samborski. Hard to say from up in the booth, so leave that one to the judges. The winner of each heat moving on to the final, as well as the next 2 fastest times across all 3 heats.
All right, our last race for the ladies here in race 18C in lane number 1, Dion Bai out of Edmonton. Lane number 2 is Gabriel Eberhardt, also from Edmonton. Lane number 3, Campbell Jakeman from Red Deer. Lane number 4, Kate Jackson from Calgary Speed Skating. And lane number 5, Savannah Larock out of Calgary Grizzlies.
So our third and final youth female 300-meter mass start heat is off. Skaters from 4 different clubs. See the variety of different race and suit colors. It is Bai out in front. But close finish. I think that was maybe Larock with her. Hard to say. But a close finish. Be tough for the judges to judge that one. That was our third and final heat in the youth female 300-meter mass start. Now on to the youth male side.
All right, next up is our male youth 300 mass start. We have 4 races here. Race 19A in lane number 1, skating for Edmonton, is Nicholas Bazudenhout. Lane number 2, Aiden Gao out of Saskatoon. Lane number 3, Shepherd Halliday out of Rocky Mountain House. Lane number 4, Judah Putek out of Edmonton. Lane number 5, Aiden Samborski out of Calgary Speed Skating.
So 4 heats on the youth male side in the 300-meter mass start. Same qualification for the final that we saw on the youth female side. Winner of each of the 4 heats will make the final, plus the next 2 fastest times. So both rank and time could matter. Skaters on the youth male side representing clubs from Edmonton, Saskatoon, Rocky Mountain House, Calgary, Red Deer, Lloydminster, and Banff Canmore.
Not quite as sunny as we had an hour ago or so, but still quite nice out here in Red Deer. About as nice as it gets for outdoor long track speed skating. Skaters not usually wearing too many layers, trying to be as lightweight and aerodynamic as possible, especially with a bit of wind. Wearing their racing suits, which are not built for warmth but for speed. One skater taking a huge lead in the first 100 meters of this 300-meter sprint. A straightaway, a corner, and a straightaway, and it's all done. And that is Aiden Gow of Saskatoon. Crossing the line first, Judah Pudik of Edmonton next, and then a three-way drag race to the line for the rest of the pack. Too close to tell from up here, but a very close finish for the rest of the skaters in heat number 1.
All right, next up is race 19B. We have in lane number 1, Kurt Budik out of Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 2, skating for Red Deer, is Grayson Fox. Lane number 3, skating for Calgary Speed Skating, is William Hockenhall. Lane number 4 is Declan Putik out of Edmonton. And lane number 5, Brock Sheldrake out of Rocky Mountain House.
Heat number 2 is off. Still only 300-meter mass start races. Skaters representing 4 different clubs in this race from across the province of Alberta. At the front it is Parker Budik of CSSA, followed by Grayson Fox, the hometown Red Deer skater. And for third, a close finish between Hockenhall and Pudik.
All right, our next race is 19C. Lane number 1, Eden Cho from Calgary. Lane number 2, Yang Fang, also from Calgary. Lane number 3 is William Isaac from Calgary. Lane number 4 is Daxton Pusho out of Edmonton. And lane number 5, Benjamin Spidersky from Lloydminster.
And our third race is off. Looks like it might be Fang out front. Mass start racing a staple in Canadian long track competitions. There's some of these skaters at the age where they're starting to get involved in a little bit of Olympic style. There's 2 skaters on the track, swapping lanes every lap.
All right, next up is race 19D. In lane number 1, we have Jaden Cho, Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 2, Cameron Duncan from Banff Canmore. Lane number 3, Samuel Jesney, Calgary Grizzlies. Lane number 4, Lord Latero Pino out of Calgary Speed Skating. And lane number 5, Nicholas Wang, also from Calgary Speed Skating.
So this is our 4th and final heat in the youth male 300-meter mass start event. After this, we'll move on to the 1,500-meter mixed event at the Western Canada Outdoor Classic. We'll see Olympic-style quartets for that one, 4 races at a time. Big lead for what you've seen one of the Calgary skaters here. It is 182 Nicholas Wang out in front, followed by Pino. That brings an end to our youth male 300-meter mass start heats.
All right, folks, we are going to do a bit of an ice resurfacing, and races will resume at 3:06, and we'll go into race 20 into the quads 1,500 mix.
So a bit of a break for us here in Red Deer. It's 2:36 local time, so 30 minutes till 3:06 to resume racing with the 1,500-meter Olympic-style quads, followed by the 300-meter finals to the heats that we just saw. One final break, and then we have our last set of racing for the afternoon with the elimination race, as well as some 1,500-meter semifinals for the youth girls and boys. But next up in 30 minutes, 1,500-meter Olympic-style quads for neo-juniors, juniors, seniors, and masters.
will be resuming shortly with the 1500 meter mixed event. Races will start in the southeast corner. It'll be a 300 meter opener, just like the mass start races we just saw, followed by 3 full laps, finishing at the same finish as the 500.
All right, we have a 6-minute warning. It is now 3 o'clock. Racing begins at 3:06. We'll be going into our 1500 meter mixed quads event.
Thank you.
All right, so after a bit of cloudy weather, we are back onto a sunny afternoon here in Red Deer at Setter's Place for the Western Canada Outdoor Classic. 1500 meter mixed event. Neo junior, junior, senior, and master level skaters from clubs across Western Canada competing today. It will be 14 pairs, but we're doing it quartet style, so 7 races, a pair of pairs for each race. Racing is 3 3/4 laps around the 400 meter track. Skaters will still change lanes in the backstretch on every single full lap they skate, as they always do in Olympic style racing, head to head, two skaters at a time, 1 in each lane. But we will be running, like I said, 2 pairs going at once just to speed things along a little bit. So as one pair starts us off, when they get about 200 meters of the race, the second pair will go to the start and go as well. So we'll have 1 pair on each side of the oval, roughly, give or take 50 meters or so. And that way racing can go by about twice as fast, so that we're not here all day and we can be done racing while the sun is still up and it's warm and our volunteers, judges, and referees are all nice and cozy. We got some times from the last set of Olympic style racing. The fastest time in the 500 meter was a low mid 38 second, I think 38.3 seconds or so. Track record 37.1, so no prize money going out there. But in the open category, on the men's side, skaters will be chasing down a 1:56 1500 meter time, quite fast, from the 2019 Canada Winter Games held here. And on the women's side, they'll be chasing down a 2:16. So if the skater breaks one of those, we will come back to you as soon as we find out. Prize money on the line here in the 1500 meter mixed event at the Western Canada Outdoor Classic. Race is set to start in about 2 minutes. And if you can hear some subtle laughter in the background, it looks like I'm joined once again by 2022 Olympian Madison Perriman back on the microphone for another set of Olympic-style races.
Yes, I'm doing quite a few odd jobs today. So this morning I was doing some place judging. And I came back up to do some live streaming up here with Simon, and then I'll be doing this, and then I'll have to go back down and help volunteer with some more place judging. So I'm kind of back and forth, but looking forward to seeing these 1,500 meters.
Should be some good racing.
Yeah.
And yeah, lots of people moving around, doing lots of odd jobs and different tasks to keep a competition like this moving along, especially with the mix of mass start and elimination style races and Olympic style, lots of different age categories. You know, the number of different coaches and volunteers and roles it takes to run a meet like this is not a small feat. So thank you to all the volunteers for helping us out. It looks like we'll be starting racing shortly.
All right, as we go into our first quartet for 1,500 meter mixed, we have on the inside lane, Joel Simpson skating for Winnipeg. Outer lane, Adam Buchwald skating for Winnipeg. Inner lane, Nathan Kettle-Kozebek from Red Deer. And outer lane, Angus Hicks skating for CSSA.
Skaters in quartets, since there's 4 at a time. As Madison mentioned earlier in this afternoon, they'll be wearing 4 different colored armbands. The first pair on the inside lane will have a white armband, outside lane will have red, and then in the second half of the race, in the second half of the quartet, it'll be a yellow armband for the inside and a blue for the outside. So Kettle-Kozebek will have a yellow armband and Hicks will have a blue armband. Common way to remember which lane is which for armband colors. White and red for the first pair, the inside and outside of a red apple, and yellow and blue is the sun in the sky, inside and outside lanes.
Oh, you know, I've never heard that yellow and blue. I just always thought of it as an apple and then kind of did just different colors as an apple, you know. Lighter color in the
You gotta think of
inside.
a way to keep track of it, or else we all get confused.
Lighter color on the inside, darker color on the outside. That's how I always remembered it.
Our first quartet is off. 2 skaters from Winnipeg, 1 from Red Deer, 1 with no club affiliation, on my sheet at least. Angus Hicks, the man of mystery.
He's wearing an Alberta suit, so I'm going to assume he's part of the Calgary or the Grizzlies club. Now, 1,500 meter is technically classified as a middle sprint. It's a long sprint. You do have to go out almost as hard as you can because, you know, you always will slow down in a race like a 1,500, but you also need to go as fast as you can at the start to be able to get the speed going. So it, you know, is one of, if not the most grueling race in long track speed skating. And unfortunately, I am, you know, focused more on the 1,000, but I have done a handful of 1,500s and some at World Championships and the Olympics, and it is definitely a very hard race.
Yeah, I feel like calling it a sprint distance is, you know, from my perspective, generous, as this looks painful and grueling, but these 4 skaters out here giving it their all right now, and it looks like it will be Joel Simpson of the Winnipeg club finishing up first. No official time on this, but
it's looking very close to a track record.
Yeah, might be right around that 1:56 mark. So we'll come back to you if we find out if Joel Simpson, the pride of Manitoba, possibly won some prize money.
All right, our next quartet up will be in the inner lane, James Wigglesworth skating for Red Deer. Outer lane, Emma Langstrom skating for Calgary Grizzlies. Inner lane is Maya Ireland out of CSSA. And outer lane, Luke Liu out of CSSA.
So quartet 2 of 7 coming up. We see the flag waving, so the officials are ready to start this race. Wigglesworth, Langstrom, Ireland, and Lou. And the gun goes on the first pair. Wigglesworth and Langstrom, representing Red Deer and the Calgary Grizzlies. And the second pair is off as well for a clean start. So this is quartet number 2 of the mixed 1500 meter Olympic style races.
Let's go, James. Build it up.
The leading time so far on the men's side, Joel Simpson of one of the clubs in Winnipeg, with about a 1:56 or so, hovering right around that track record. We don't have the official time up here. We're basically just grassman straws, I'm guessing, doing our best. But with some female racers up in the mixed division now, Langstrom will be chasing down a time of 2:16, the standing track record in the 1500 meter here at Setter's Place.
I think this is going to be a really good pair. Well, actually, both pairs look quite good. It's really nice to, you know, have a grueling race like a 1500 and have someone really close to you and push you, and you can chase them down, get some draft. Yeah, again, pairs don't determine your race, but they absolutely can really help, especially when you're starting to feel the pain come in on this last lap, which Emma is going into her very last lap, and it's definitely, she's feeling it now, and you know, so is James, but looks like it'll be a good crossover, and they'll have, you know, 300 meters to go from here.
And I've just got a little stopwatch going, so I'm not an official referee or timer, but she looks currently like she's ahead of the track record pace. So a strong race so far from Emma Langstrom. Second half of this pair, Ireland and Lou now onto the last lap as well. They just got the bell, but at the
And
line,
Emma
it
is
is
coming
Langstrom.
through.
Looking like it might be in the ballpark of 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Track record is 2:16 plus change, so I don't know. I'm not the one handing out the prize money, but I would say pretty safe to say that track record probably just fell, but we'll see if someone else can still one-up her and beat it once again. Now we have Ireland and Lou coming across the line, finishing off quartet number 2 of the open 1500 meter mixed event.
All right, our next set of 4 coming up will be in the inner lane, helmet 215, Evan Boyce out of CSSA. Outer lane, Johnson Bai, helmet 200 out of Edmonton. Inner lane is Molly Poulin with helmet 107, skating for Calgary Grizzlies. And outer lane is Matthew Wilson from CSSA and head cover 214.
You can see a flag waving a bit more from where we're sitting right now. So it looks like the wind is continuing to pick up a little bit. This will affect the skaters. Thankfully, you skate every direction on an oval, so at some point the wind's behind you.
Exactly, yes. Although it may not be great at the start, at least the last 100 when you're feeling it the most, you get a little bit of that tailwind. So we've just got an official word that as of now, we have 2 brand new track records in the men's and the women's 1500 meters. So Joel Simpson broke the track record and skated a 1:55.84, which is very good time. Also very close to that track record. So or was the track record a 156?
156 low, I
Yeah,
think.
156
so
low.
it looks like he's
So
the first,
just-
first man under 156.
Yeah, just got it. And Emma Langstrom officially has gotten the women's track record with a 2:12:11. So
she kind of smoked it.
yeah, very much smoked that track record, which looking at the time and, you know, knowing how Emma, you know, she's a strong skater, definitely thought it was doable. I believe at Canada Games, the 1500 day was cold and windy, so not totally shocked that the time wasn't super crazy fast. So glad to see that both of those track records fell, and you know, it's unlikely that anyone now is going to beat those, as the stronger skaters typically go first. But yeah, potentially more track records tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon in the 1,000 meter.
It's an exciting day so far, and if you're listening in from outside of Red Deer and you're wishing you had a chance to earn some prize money, well, don't worry. Looks like this competition is likely to be held again next year. Not sure if it'll be here or BC or Winnipeg or where, but with prize money on the line at most Western Canadian Outdoor Classics, be sure to keep an eye out for where it's hosted next year and to register and bring your friends. The bigger this competition is, the better it is.
Matthew, let's go, Molly.
And there goes the bell. Skaters onto the final lap of this 1,500 meter race. 3 laps and 3/4.
The skaters are all looking still very strong with, you know, 1 lap to go. Although this pair is just finishing.
Couple more close races for a race 1.5 kilometers long, finishing maybe not even a few tenths apart from each other. So some close finishes today in the mixed 1,500 meter event.
All right, our next quartet will have in the inner lane, Marika Anderson skating for Edmonton. Outer lane, Abegoni Ajuashwa, I am sorry, out of Edmonton. Inner lane, Andy Mark out of Calgary Grizzlies. And outer lane is Stein Rehorst out of Calgary Grizzlies.
So a pair of skaters from Edmonton and a pair of skaters from the Calgary Grizzlies in quartet number 4, the midway point of our 1,500 meter event for today. After this, we'll go to the 300 meter mass start finals for the youth girls and then the youth boys. 1 final ice resurfacing break and on to our last set of races. So lots more action still to come here at the Western Canada Outdoor Classic. 2 track records already down. Few more maybe to come. We'll see. Lots of racing still. But it's quartet number 4 for the 1,500 meter mixed event. Anderson, Ojasua, Mark, and Rehorst.
With the 1,500 meter, as is the 1,000, 3K, and 5K, depending on which lane you finish in, or start in, excuse me, you finish in the opposite lane. The 1,000 meter is one of the races where the lane that you start in is the lane you finish in. All the other middle long distances, you finish in the opposite lane. So everyone has a preference depending on where you want to start and finish. As a sprinter, I look at where I'm finishing versus where I'm starting. Some people look at it differently, but the 1,500 meter, I think, is one of the more common thought processes, is that no one wants to finish on the outer. You know, most people want to finish on
in the tighter corner.
Tighter corner.
Shortcut at the end, you could call it.
Yeah, when you're dying already, and then you have to go to the outside and have a longer radius, and as your legs are starting to blow up and you hit a wall, it's definitely better to finish on the inside. So, and outside like here at can't imagine hitting that last outer is very fun.
So Andy Mark and Stein Rehorst just skated by us, and I noticed that Mark had 2 hands on his back and Rehorst only had 1. Why do some skaters seem to have different approaches to the way they skate this race?
It really depends on the, again, just the preference of the athlete. Over the years, there's been, different technical changes and things that people try. More recently, it's the 2 hands on the back in the straightaways as well as the corners. Less people at this age will be doing 2 hands in the corner, but it really depends on what makes you feel the most comfortable. Some people, myself included, like having an arm swinging. I feel like, one, it keeps my tempo going, my speed, and I just feel more square and secure when I have my arm swinging. However, some people feel the opposite. They feel like their arm is actually twisting them and they don't feel strong in that position. So they'll put 2 hands on their back and they feel more comfortable in that position. So the 2 hands on the back is definitely more of a longer distance type scenario, but we've been seeing it more in the 15s, and there's even some of the top world-class skaters doing it in the 1,000 now.
All right, our next quartet up will be in the inner lane, Bruce Waldron, skating for Edmonton. Outer lane is Poppy Wheelhouse for Banff Canmore. Inner lane is Toby Powell from CSSA, and outer lane is Shah Yaquin Khan from CSSA.
Just picking up where we left off, it also seems like throughout the race, some skaters change their approach or adjust to how fatigued they are, how winded it is. With 3 of the skaters that race, finishing the race with both arms swinging, clearly giving it their all through the last 100 meters. So I guess there's only so much energy you're going to conserve by resting your hands and your back and trying to fall into a rhythm before you get to the end, and it becomes an all-out sprint.
Yeah, and that's the 1500 again is one of those hard races to approach, especially at a young age, because it is basically 4 laps, which for some is very long. However, you do need to get up to speed and get moving, because if you go too slow, you don't want to be negative splitting your laps, which means you're going faster than the lap previous. You want to obviously be going hard enough that you are slowing down each race, which means each lap, which means you're giving it your all. So yeah, especially outdoors and young people, and myself included, sometimes you go a little too hard at the beginning, and when you hit 1 or 2 laps to go, you're really starting to feel it, and that's when the 2 hands start going. And there's even times when the 2 hands are on the knees just pushing the legs in that last 100.
Nothing looks more painful than that, when you're propelling yourself along, pushing your legs with your arms, doing everything you can just to get to the finish line.
And to keep in, not to fall and stay on your feet is one of the big challenges of the 1500, is just staying on your feet.
And Toby Powell went by on that opener, swinging both hands right off the start. So lots of different approaches to racing the 1500.
And sometimes it depends too on what kind of skater you are. Definitely at a young age, kids are not specializing too early, but just genetically, the makeup of our bodies, we athletes and humans just tend to be more on the sprinter side or the long distance side. You can obviously train those, but sometimes people are just way more sprinty and way more long distance physiologically. So that's another way that people approach these races is, are you more of a sprinter? Are you more of a long distance skater? And then that's, depends, and that changes how you approach these races.
And one thing I remember from racing 15s back in my day is that no matter how fast or slow you go out, it always hurts.
Exactly. One of the things my mom would say to me before my 1500s is, go hard and die, because it's going to happen either way. So you might as well bank some speed at the beginning and try to get up to speed versus going too slow, because it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt regardless.
Yeah, definitely one of the more challenging races, not just physically, but tactically, trying to walk that fine line between conserving energy to finish strong, but without,
having too much.
Giving up too much time at the start. Exactly. close finish there for the second half of that quartet. Bringing us to our second to final 1500-meter mixed race.
And our next quad coming up is inner ring, Santiago Khan skating for CSSA. Outer is Haley Clark from Lloydminster. Inner lane is Grace Halliday from Rocky Mountain House, and outer lane is Mason Rehorse from Calgary Grizzlies.
Do you know when Campbell's gonna skate?
So only 2 more 1500-meter mixed races coming up, but stay tuned because right after that we go into the 300-meter finals for the youth men and women. This will be mass start style, 7 races to go for 300 meters. And on the ice right now, a false start in the first pair of this quartet, so they will go back and do that again.
Yes, thankfully it was the first pair with quads that always causes some issues if the second pair false starts. You come into, you know, issues of, do you wait for the first pair to come by and then do the start, or do you just fully wait for the entire race to finish before you start the next pair? So it can be very challenging to do that, and it comes down to the refs and the starters and the abilities of the skaters. In this situation, you would just let them pass by for a lap and then start the kids just a lap behind. However, at the higher end speeds, people are going so fast that unfortunately there's just no time to do a second start because they're coming around too fast, so you'll have to just wait and do the pair by itself after.
Yeah, and they're not all kids today. Looking through the list right now, I'm seeing racers in the 40-year-old category, the 55, the 30, and a couple of seniors in their mid-20s, including new track record holder Joel Simpson.
Yeah, so I do keep saying kids, but yeah, I guess they're not all kids here.
Skaters of all abilities are welcome to come compete at the Western Canada Outdoor Classic. See a couple skaters with helmets on. Could be a choice for safety, though it's becoming more common at the international level to see people wearing helmets for aerodynamics.
Yeah, it's been over the last, I would say, year or two where there's been a handful of international high-level skaters wearing helmets, and obviously when we are skating the team events like Team Sprint and Team Pursuit, helmets are mandatory, as well as the mass start. Obviously more people, safety reasons, but in terms of Olympic style, there's no regulations on the helmets. However, there's been a handful of skaters who believe that it's faster and it's more aerodynamic. Speed Skating Canada has done testing, and they haven't concluded that it is significantly faster or slower. So people have tried it. No current Canadians are wearing helmets at the highest level, but definitely a couple internationals. A Polish skater who's one of the best 5K, 10K skaters in the world. He has consistently worn a helmet, and whether it's for safety or thought of aerodynamics, it is interesting, and I guess we'll see in a couple of years if helmets do become mandatory for all Olympic style racing and ages.
And it looks like it will be Kahn and Clark coming to the line here. Clark just ahead. The blue armband would be Mason Rehorst. And the yellow armband finishing off this quartet is Grace Holiday.
All right, we've got one quad up next. In the inner lane is Shahana Jiwa out of CSSA. Outer lane is Logan Sheldrake from Rocky Mountain House. Inner lane is Dean Lavoy out of CSSA. And outer lane is Alicia Begin out of Lethbridge. And unofficially, we may have 2 new track records.
And the first half of our 7th and final quartet is off. And there goes the final pair as well. So the last 4 skaters on the track here to finish off our 1500 meter mixed quartets. The 1500 meter is one of the longer races being raced this weekend, though there is an elimination style mass start race coming up later this afternoon. It's a new event that the International Skating Union has created rules for, and Red Deer, being at the forefront of experimenting in speed skating competitions, has decided to try hosting one of their own this weekend and see how it goes, mix things up a bit, do something different.
Yeah,
I've never seen an elimination race in my life in speed skating. I've watched a lot of speed skating,
You
I
have.
am looking forward to this one.
Yeah, no, I am also looking forward to it. It'll be interesting to see for sure. I have also never seen or taken part of an elimination race. I think it keeps things exciting. And yeah, hopefully it will be a good race. It's always hard to know what will happen, but I think there's a good crew of like competitors around here that it would make it a good, exciting race.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. But before we get there, we still have this last 1500 meter race. 4 skaters on the track: Jiwa, Sheldrake, Lavoie, and Begin. Rounding out the last quartet of the 1500 meter mixed event. New track records set on the men's and women's side today by Joel Simpson and Emma Langstrom. 155.8 and 212.1. Both should be getting prize money, is my understanding.
Yeah, some good prize money that, you know, maybe I should have signed up this weekend and done some racing, but...
Well, you snooze, you lose, and instead you're stuck here in the booth with me.
With you, unfortunately, yep.
Not ideal for you, but yeah, the Western Canada Outdoor Classic, they had almost $20,000 on the line 2 years ago in Winnipeg, so the prize money is definitely an attractant, and it's helping grow the event and keep it going year to year, and hopefully this thing gets bigger and bigger
yeah, it would be
for
great
seasons
to
to come.
see. Absolutely. Looks like this last pair has got 200 and 300 meters to go. It's you can definitely tell the athletes are feeling it, and I'm sure they can't wait for this race to be done. But we're gonna cheer them on, and hopefully the crowd outside is getting rowdy for them coming down this last 100 and 200 meters.
Oh, I see some clapping and some yelping happening. Decent turnout today, maybe 40 or so odd people in and around the bleachers watching, plus a couple of dogs. We'll count them too.
Yeah, there's actually been quite a few dogs around here, and all very cute and well behaved. But you know, we love to see the doggos out.
And that concludes the quartets, but we will be moving right on to youth 300-meter mass start races. They will start and end in the same place as the 1500 meter.
But just
Much shorter.
Much shorter. Well, 3 laps less, actually.
Yeah. Just the opener, but it means setup time is very quick. Our officials, our starters, everyone's already in the right place, so we'll be going right on to the next event. So don't go anywhere. Lots of exciting racing to come. 7 races, I think. 3 on the youth ladies side, 4 on the youth men's side. 300-meter mass start races coming right up in 1 minute.
All right, looks like we're gonna go on to our 300 mass start for the youth female. We have 3 races for this.
And that will be it for me today, as I am being summoned to go do some more place judging. So
So you're ditching me.
I am, yeah. I'm sorry, but you know, when you're just this good at everything you do, they need you everywhere. So I unfortunately got to go do some place judging, but I will be back on the mic tomorrow if you're lucky.
Amazing. Well, looking forward to having you again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for the listeners, I'm stuck up in the booth, so you'll have to deal with me for the next hour or two. The skaters doing a quick warm-up lap to stay warm. Looks like the officials were almost ready, but not quite, so just taking an extra few seconds to get ready. I do see the starters flag up, though, so on one side they are ready to go, so we should be resuming very shortly. 3 finals for the youth female 300-meter mass start race.
All right, our first race for 21A in lane number 1 from Calgary Speed Skating, helmet 170 is Hope Allen. Lane number 2, Nina Ireland in helmet 179 for Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 3 is Dion Bai, helmet 202 from Edmonton. Lane number 4, Savannah Laroque out of Calgary Grizzlies with helmet 134. Lane number 5, Alexa Jesse, helmet 183 from Calgary Speed Skating.
Skaters in this event across the next 3 races, representing clubs from Calgary, Edmonton, Lethbridge, and Red Deer. And the first final is off. This is the top final. Looks like Nina Ireland in lane 2 out in front, though still very close. Hope Allen right in behind in the blue and black suit, chasing down Ireland in the red and black suit. Side by side now, very close finish. And from my angle, I could not see who took that, possibly Allen, but very close finish between Ireland and Allen in this 300-meter mass start final.
All right, our next race is 21B. We have in lane number 1, Grace McGee in helmet 187 from Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 2 is Dia Zamborski, helmet 176, Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 3, Zoe Kinney, helmet 186, Calgary Speed Skating. Also from Calgary Speed Skating is Kate Jackson in lane number 4 with helmet 181. Lane 5, Gabriel Eberhard from Edmonton has helmet 206.
So the second final is off. 4 skaters from CSSA, 1 from Edmonton. As they come by the home stretch out front, it is 186 and 176. That's Samborski and Kiney. 1 and 2, not sure in the exact order there.
All right, our next race is race 21C in lane number 1, Morgan Adema with helmet 216 for Lethbridge. Lane number 2 is Raywin Mark, helmet 133 from Calgary Grizzlies. Calgary Speed Skating is Calendera Pino. Lane number 3 is helmet 188. Lane number 4 is Campbell Jakeman and helmet 146 from Red Deer. And lane number 5, Helene Forsyth, helmet 214 from Lethbridge.
Looks like an early lead for Adema, with Mark and Jakeman behind. So the third and final race on the youth female 300-meter mass start event. Morgan Adema at the line looking strong, will finish with Raywin Mark behind. Close for third though. Looks like it may have been Forsyth across the line. And right after the youth female event, we'll go right into the youth men's 300-meter mass start races, of which there will be 4.
All right, next up for the youth male, race 22A, lane number 1, Nicholas Wang, CSSA. Lane number 2, Aiden Gao, Saskatoon. Lane number 3, Yang Fang, CSSA. Lane number 4 is Loreto Pino, CSSA. And lane number 5, Parker Vujic, Calgary Speed Skating Association.
So in lane 2, it is Aiden Gao of Saskatoon. The other 4 competitors, all representing Calgary Speed Skating Association. So Gao in the red and black suit. The other 4 wearing different suits, but all representing CSSA. Clean start so far. It looks like it is Wang of CSSA out in front. Wang out in front, Gao making a move, but it is 77 Fang on the outside looking to take the lead. It looks like Fang will take it just ahead of Wang and Gao.
Next race, lane number 1, Cameron Duncan out of Banff. Lane number 2, Aiden Cho, CSSA. Lane number 3, Judah Putik out of Edmonton. Lane number 4, Daxton Pushel, Edmonton. And lane number 5, Grayson Fox out of Red Deer.
And the second final here is off.
Let's go, Grayson! Get low and push, Grayson! Stay with us!
Skaters going through the north bend, coming out 100 meters to go. The very short 300-meter sprint. Mass start style. Two skaters out in front, 130 and 180. It is Cameron Duncan and Aiden Cho. Going 1-2. In the second of 4 300-meter youth male mass start finals.
All right, we have now race 22C in lane number 1, Jaden Cho from CSSA. Lane number 2, Nicholas Bezudenhout out of Edmonton. Lane number 3, Aiden Zamborski out of CSSA. Lane number 4, Benjamin Swideriski out of Lloydminster. And lane number 5, Declan Putik out of Edmonton.
It is Cho out front. Big start there on the inside lane. Jaden Cho of the Calgary Speed Skating Association. Looking to hold on to that lead to the finish, but 3 skaters coming up very close together. Bezudenhout, Zamborski, Swideriski, and Putik crossing the line now.
All right, we have one race left, race 22D. Lane number 1 is Samuel Jesney from Calgary Grizzlies. Lane number 2, Shepard Halliday, Rocky Mountain House. Lane number 3, William Hockenhall, Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 4, William Isaac, CSSA. And lane number 5, Brock Sheldrake.
This is our last 300-meter mass start race of the day. Following this one, we will have a short break, and then we will resume for the last segment of racing, including the 10-lap mass start elimination race, as well as 1,500-meter semifinals for the youth category. But right now is our last 300-meter race, and is Jesney out front with a great start in that inside lane wearing the red and black racing suit. So as with number 136, Samuel Jesney out in front. Second place looks like it will go to Shepard Halliday. And then a close finish for our last 3 skaters here, Hockenhall, Isaac, and Sheldrake coming across the line representing CSSA and Rocky Mountain House, bringing an end to our 300-meter event.
Wait on information as to when we're going to start up again, but I just wanted to let you know we officially have 2 new track records set today. Both track records replace the former track records set in 2019 at the Canada Winter Games. So congratulate Joel Simpson, 1500 meter men's new track record time is 1:56.02. And for the women, same event, 1500 meters, new track record time is 2:12.37.
So we were close on the times earlier. Joel not quite getting the 1:55, but still enough for 1:56.0, a new track record, a very fast time for him, and a low 2:12 on the women's side for another low track record as well. So congrats to both skaters.
And looks like we will be restarting again at 4:10. That's 16:10 if you need to know that time as well.
All right, local time right now is 3:51 p.m. So 19 minutes until racing resumes. And when we come back, it'll be with the 10-lap mass start elimination race. Very much looking forward to that one. Covering all age categories, including Neo Junior, Junior, Senior, and Master. And then we will finish off with the 1500 meters semifinal races, looks like mass start style, for the youth girls and the youth boys to round out our day and bring an end to day 2 of the Western Canada Outdoor Classic. So stay tuned, 18 minutes to racing until our last 3 events. I can ask someone and get back to you.
And don't forget, folks, to check out that silent auction table in the toonie drop for your chance to win a hoverboard. As well, there is quite a few long track and short track suits that are there. They are worth about $300-400, and I noticed they had some built-in cut gear on there as well. So make sure you take a look and maybe go home with some new safety gear.
All right, and we're about to resume the last set of races here at day 2 of the Western Canada Outdoor Classic at Setter's Place in Red Deer. First up will be a mass start elimination race. Bit of a trial event, one of the first times, if not the first time, it's been raced in Canada, so that'll be interesting for us viewers. And then we'll do some 1500 meter super finals. Originally, I think I'd said they're semifinals, but they'll be super finals. So we'll go into 1500 meter youth super finals to finish off the day here under the lights that have just been turned on here at Setter's Place in Red Deer. Sun is still kind of up, though quickly setting and cooling off. People bundling up. I see more and more jackets going on. Fewer and fewer people sitting outside, but still a nice enough day for some long track outdoor speed skating. Temperature is still saying 7 degrees, so quite nice, though I'm thinking with the wind, it might be dropping quick. Though luckily only 6 more races to go today and then we're done. So it looks like it won't be getting too chilly before we wrap up, just before sundown. We'll be back again tomorrow for another exciting day of racing here at Setter's Place. Not actually sure what's on the menu for races, but I'm assuming morning will be some more ability racing, mass start style, and then the afternoon some more Olympic style racing with a mix of mass start, mix of age groups, everything from youth to masters level. Lots of track records still to potentially fall if the ice holds up and the conditions are still very good tomorrow. All right, currently 4:12 p.m. local time. Looks like the officials are just trying to finalize the start list for the mass start elimination race before we can proceed. It's a bit of uncharted territory. Not an event they've ever hosted here in Red Deer before, and I'm not quite certain, but as to my knowledge, the first time it will ever be held in Canada. It's a new set of rules proposed by the International Skating Union for this year as a way to revamp the mass start competition. Instead of handing out points every 4 laps, it'll be elimination style. So every 2 laps, skaters at the back of the pack will be removed until there's a field of about 6 skaters or so for the final sprint. And first 3 across the line at the end decides the podium.
Before we get started for our next event, just have somebody who is missing an iPhone. So if it does come into your hands, if you could please either bring it up to the office here or to the concession and just let somebody know so they can get it back. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
So mass start races, much like what we've seen earlier with the 300s, the 200s, the 100s. Many skaters in the line, jostling for position, wearing all their protective gear. The elimination race style is a bit more of a distance race, so we should see a larger field with all skaters competing in a single race. The start and finish lines will both be on the home stretch. It's looking like they might both be at the 50-meter mark on the western side of the track. At least for the start line. Sometimes the finish line is 50 meters further down, but we'll find that out shortly. But looks like the referees and judges are just getting things set up. For those familiar with World Cup style or junior style mass start racing, where there's usually a neutral lap at the beginning, to my understanding, there's no neutral lap in an elimination race. And every 2 laps, the back 1 or 2 skaters will be removed from the competition, slowly whittling the field down until there are 6 skaters remaining for the final 2-lap sprint. Skaters now entering the ice surface, including one Joel Simpson, number 101, representing Winnipeg, a new track record holder with a 1:56.02 in the 1500 meter, breaking Tyson Langlar's record from 2019 Canada Games. Another Winnipegger. See about 20 skaters or so getting onto the ice surface. So it looks like we're in for a good race, a big field of skaters. You know, the more is merrier when it comes to mass start racing. Unlike in the Olympic style and harder to do in the shorter distances. With the larger field of racers, we'll see a lot more.
All right, we are now
happening.
going to race 23A. In first position is Joel Simpson. Second, Adam Buchwald. Third is Nathan Kettle-Kosebek. Fourth, Angus Hicks. James Wigglesworth is next. Then we have Luke Liu with helmet 106. Helmet 107 is Mila Ireland. Helmet 108 is Johnson Bai. Helmet 109, Evan Boyce. Helmet 110, Molly Poulin. Helmet 111, Matthew Wilson. Helmet 112, Marika Anderson. Helmet 113 is Mason Rehorst. And helmet 114 is Andy Mark.
So it looks like we'll be having 2 mass start elimination races. First one will have 14 skaters. The second race, 23B, will have 12 skaters. These are 10-lap mass start races. With the bottom 2 skaters, every 2 laps being eliminated. So if you're watching now, just like to remind everyone that this event is new. So please give the officials a moment to explain even to the racers what's happening, as the point system and elimination system is new for both the people running and competing in the competition.
Also, folks, this may be the first time this is done. If you wanted to check out our YouTube feed that is happening live, we have Simon Coots who's explaining it and able to help everybody out with this. Good luck, guys.
All right, it looks like things are just about to kick off here. So missing one skater, possibly. Looks like there's no Evan Boyce, 109, not on the line. So 13 skaters here in this 10-lap mass start elimination race. Skaters get right into it without any need for a neutral lap to start off. Every 2 laps, the last 2 skaters will be eliminated, whittling the field down to 6 for the last 2 laps, and those 6 skaters will partake in a final 2-lap sprint. With 13 skaters in the field, I think the first elimination at lap 2 might only be 1 skater. Skaters will be drafting off each other, using their competitors to as a form of windbreak ahead of them, trying to conserve energy for the end of the race, but without staying too far near the end where they might get eliminated. 1 lap down, so skaters near the back have to start being careful. Skaters can conserve in the realm of 30 or 40% of their energy by staying in the slipstream of their competitors. So see skaters in the 5th or 6th or 7th position conserving the most energy, the most efficient place to be skating. Looks like we're about 2 laps in. And you hear the bell going. Pack still very close together through that north bend. Down to 11 skaters right now, so it looks like the bottom 2 have already been taken off. Getting the board, saying 7 laps to go. And 2 skaters peel off, taking us down to 9. Pace slowing down a little bit. Skaters trying to conserve energy, and this is the part of the race where things become a bit more tactical. At the front, it is 105, James Wigglesworth, leading the pack, breaking the win for his competitors. Only 1 skater dropping off a little bit. The 8th skater in the pack now realizing he's next in line to get chopped off the next elimination round, so he's making a move on the outside, trying not to be the one left behind. Skaters fanning out sideways. It's a tight field. 106 possibly in a dangerous position here. Skater 112, Marika Anderson, falling off the back now and standing up. So the pack's still very close together. 8 skaters through the back stretch. See skaters standing up beside each other, no one wanting to take the lead, no one wanting to be the one to waste energy, all of them wanting to conserve energy behind their competitors. As they come through this home stretch, the lap board says 4 laps. And 103, that's Nathan Kettle-Kozubuk. Looks like Nathan was eliminated and we're down to 7. The front, hard to see the number, but it looks like it might be Winnipeg's Joel Simpson. 101, Joel Simpson confirmed at the front. So our new 1500-meter track record holder leading out the pack here. Entering the last third of the race. 108 making a move on the outside, moving up just a little bit. That's Johnson by. Narrowly avoiding elimination. And now as we approach the last quarter of the race, 2.5 laps to go, no one wanting to be the one to waste their energy leading out a final sprint. All 5 remaining skaters wanting to be the one to be there at the front of the race at the end and not right now. So 2 laps and 100 meters to go in this 10-lap mass start elimination race. 104 taking the lead, that's Angus Hicks. Johnson by 108 at the back. He's in the most dangerous spot so far. Looks like it might be Hicks, Buchwald, and Simpson, the 3 at the front, pulling a slight gap over their competitors. As we enter the end part of this race, 104, 102, 101, it is Simpson, Buchwald, and Hicks. Buchwald making a move on the outside lane, taking the lead through the backstretch. And now Simpson making a move into second place, but it's still Buchwald in front. Looks like this will be the finish. 102, Adam Buchwald with the win. Second place, Joel Simpson. Third place, Angus Hicks. And 107, possibly Mila Ireland coming across in fourth. 108, Johnson by in 5th position. So there you have it. It looks like Adam Buchwald representing Winnipeg Speed Skating Club. First place and undefeated in the history of mass start elimination races in Canada.
So the office staff would like to know if that was fun. Shake your hands, little jazz hands. Fantastic. Thumbs up works too. All right, our next race. In helmet 115, we have Bruce Waldron. Helmet 116 is Shah Khan. Helmet 117, Toby Powell. Helmet 118 is Stein Rehorst. Helmet 120 is Haley Clark. Helmet 121, Santiago Pan. Helmet 122, Grace Halliday. Then we have Logan Sheldrake with 123. 124 is Shahana Jawah. Helmet 125 is Poppy Wheelhouse. Helmet 126 is Dean Lavoie. And helmet 127 is Alicia Begin.
So lining up now is our second and final mass start 10-lap elimination race. Looks like we'll have 12 skaters on the line for this one. And the skaters are lined up. So looks like we'll be starting momentarily. There goes the flag. It is a 10-lap race. Every 2 laps, the last 2 skaters are eliminated until the field is down to 6 skaters for the final sprint. Just waiting for final confirmation from the referees that we can go ahead. And the gun is up, so we are kicking things off any second now. There goes the gun. So here's our final mass start 10-lap elimination race here at the Western Canada Outdoor Classic at Setter's Place in Red Deer. 12 skaters in this one. Skaters a bit more spread out than last time already. One in front might be a Toby Powell, 1:17 possibly. Off to a very ambitious start, hoping to pull a fast one the rest of the pack and pull an early lead. Skaters near the back have to be careful that they're not the first to be eliminated. Looks like Dean Lavoie and Alicia begin near the back, so they're in the most dangerous spots. Most of the pack still together through that south bend, going into the backstretch now. 9 skaters bunched up, trying to draft off each other, conserving their energy. 10 laps is a long race, so lots of time to go. No need for anyone to expend more energy earlier on than they have to, trying to take advantage of the slipstream created by their opponents. It is still Toby Powell out front, though Bruce Waldron right behind, and the rest of the pack only a few meters off the two of them. These skaters having to create elimination style mass start race strategies as they go, as this event is extremely new. Has yet to be raced at the international level, at the senior World Cup level, so can't be taking your strategies from the top skaters in the world when they don't even do this event yet. And right now it is 1:15 out in front, Bruce Waldron, followed by Toby Powell. 1:23, Logan Sheldrake, pulling up the rear of the pack. We have a few falls, 2 skaters going down, everyone else able to get around them, but those 2 skaters now in a tough spot, back to their feet. A lucky break for the rest of the pack as they can now ease up a little bit, knowing that their elimination is held off for at least a lap or 2. An unfortunate fall for the 2 skaters in that south bend. Waldron and Powell still holding out in front. Kahn not too far behind. Both Kahns actually. Santiago and Shaw. It is Haley Clark, number 120, at risk of elimination. One of the 2 skaters that fell about 1 lap ago. And there goes Clark onto the inside lane. So a bit more spread out than the first race we saw. Skaters not quite as able to take advantage of their opponents by sitting in behind them comfortably and letting them break the wind for them. It is still our leaders now well in front, Bruce Waldron and Toby Powell. But here's the 2 Shaws now drafting off each other, exchanging leads, trying to close that gap very strategically. Arguably team skating a little bit even. Making use of their competitors and teammates. About 30 meters back from our 2 leaders, so currently fighting for bronze, but hoping to close that gap and win this thing outright. Four laps to go for our leaders. And rounding out the top 5 is Grace Holiday, number 122. Stein Rehorst and Shahana Jiwa crossing the line there. They have 4 laps to go as well now. That's our top 7. And 123, Logan Sheldrake in the elimination position for now, as they stand up and go to the inside lane. So 7 skaters remaining. Our leaders from the beginning, numbers 115 and 117, Bruce Waldron and Toby Powell, still holding on strong. Gap has grown to just over 50 meters. And it is Shaw and Santiago Khan coming up next, followed by number 122, Grace Holiday. Stein Rehorst, 6th place. Stood up for a second there, possibly thought he's eliminated. But skating now through the South Bend, back on the racetrack. And going to the North Bend there, it looks like it's one of the 2 Khans dropping off the pace a little bit, as Holiday closing the gap in, trying to make it into 4th position before the last 2 laps of the race. The leaders crossing now, 2 laps to go. All of a sudden, a burst of speed, 116. That's Shah Khan making a move into 3rd place. Khan with a late burst of energy. 50 meters behind our 2 leaders, but still a lap and a half to go, so who knows what will happen. And Rehorst, number 118, crossing the line here, 1 lap to go, and they are eliminated, leaving us with, I think, 5 skaters on the track. 117 making a move. That's Toby Powell into the bell lap. Powell led the first 2 with a very strong start. Made use of Waldron's draft for about 7 laps, and now seems to be making a late move. Well ahead now, Waldron. They're 1 and 2, but it is a fight for bronze between Holiday, Khan, and Khan. Khan overtakes Khan in the backstretch. Holiday now coming in the red and black suit. Be a very close finish for 3rd, but it is at the home stretch, number 117, Toby Powell with the lead. Cross the line into 1st place. Big win for Powell. 115, Bruce Waldron, 2nd place across the line. And now a final sprint coming up from behind. It is number 122, Grace Holiday, with a late push. Her first time in the top 3, and Grace will finish in 3rd place, with the Khans moving to 4th and 5th at the line. And that wraps up our 2nd and final 10-lap mass start elimination race, the first of its kind here in Canada and across the world.
And just so you guys are aware, the cell phone has been located. Thank you all for taking a look.
Ask the boss. Cones.
Up next on the schedule are a pair of 1,500-meter mass start superfinals. 2 races for the youth female category and 3 races for the youth male category. These will be mass start races with 7 or 8 skaters on the line in most of them. The 1,500 meter will have to
move the starting equipment over. The 1500 meter mass start starts in the southeast corner. It is a 300 meter opener followed by 3 full laps. Finishing on the southwest side at the usual finish line for the 300, 500, and 1500 meter races, as well as the 10 lap elimination race that we just saw. Skaters are just about to enter the track as the referees finish discussing the elimination race, making sure everything's in order and the results are all submitted appropriately. The starting equipment appears to be at the southwest corner, so maybe we'll be starting the 15s there, which would be unusual, but possible. Sun is still up, but setting quickly as we slowly lose light here at Setter's Place in Red Deer, finishing off our last 5 races of the afternoon. All 5 will be 1500 meter mass start races.
All right, we're going to get set up for our youth female 1500 meter mass start, long track final. Before we do that, again, I just wanted to thank all the volunteers and everybody that's put in so much effort behind the scenes, as well as today on the ice, off the ice, and our rink guys here. They've been fantastic. As well as I wanted to say thank you to Hot Shoe Studios, who's doing a fantastic job for our YouTube feed and Facebook feed. So share the link with your friends and maybe get more people interested in coming out to try some speed skating.
So as the judges and timers move over to the midway point of the home straight, looks like we will be starting the race shortly at the southwest corner of the oval. And it's a nearly 4-lap race, finishing at the midway point of the west straightaway of the oval. Much like with the elimination races, these are mass start style, so we should see lots of drafting as competitors jostle for position and attempt to save energy. 4 laps is a long race, especially at the youth level. I think it's the longest one that they're doing this weekend, as they also compete in the 100 and 300 level races, and maybe the 500 as well.
Skaters going for another warm-up lap quick, just making some final adjustments on the track as the referees and the starters are putting out the last few pylons.
Is he talking? All right, we're going to start with our race 24A for our youth female 1500 mass start. In lane number 1 will be Hope Allen from Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 2 is Nina Ireland, also Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 3 is Savannah Larock from Calgary Grizzlies. Lane number 4 is Dion Bai out of Edmonton. Lane number 5 is Alexa Jesse from Calgary Speed Skating Association. Lane number 6 is Dia Samborski out of Calgary Speed Skating. As well from Calgary Speed Skating is Zoe Kinney with helmet 186.
And after a brief delay there, looks like things are finally set. So we'll be resuming racing now with the youth female 1500 meter mass start event. The first race here will have 7 skaters on the line. And the second youth female 1500 meter final will have 8 skaters. Skaters start at the south end of the oval, right before the south bend. And it looks like they'll be finishing 50 meters behind them, but 4 laps later. The 1500 meter mass start race is a race of tactics, drafting off their opponents, strategizing, trying to make the most and best use of their energy. But it's also a race of grit, as even if you're the smartest skater there, you still have to last 4 laps. And they are off to a pretty quick starting pace here. Things are moving already in the first super final of the youth female 1500 meter mass start. Skaters Allen, Ireland, Larock, Bai, Jesse, Samborski, and Kiney. Leading out is 176, Dea Samborski in the lead right now. Five of these skaters representing the Calgary Speed Skating Association, 1 representing the Calgary Grizzlies, that's Savannah Larock, and Diona Bai of Edmonton, rounding out the field of 7 skaters. It is still number 176, Samborski of CSSA, leading out the competitors. Under 2 laps to go. As the wind picks up throughout the afternoon, the draft becomes more and more important. Skaters save a significant amount of energy skating behind their competitors. And there goes the bell as a bunch of skaters making a move. 1 lap to go. It is now 170, Hope Allen out in front. The pack spreads out slightly. Allen in first. Looks like might be Nina Ireland into second place in the red and black suit. Ending into the last bend, 150 meters to go in this 1500 meter mass start super final. Will be a very close finish. Allen holding on strong, number 170, Ireland 2, and it is 202 Dion Bai of Edmonton rounding out the top 3 at the end of 1500 meters.
All right, next up for our last race for the youth female skaters today is race 24B. In lane number 1, we have Grace McGee from Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 2 is Kate Jackson, also from Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 3 is Gabrielle Eberhardt from Edmonton. Lane number 4 is Raywin Mark, Calgary Grizzlies. Lane number 5, Morgan Adema from Lethbridge. Lane number 6, Helene Forsyth, also from Lethbridge. Lane number 7, Campbell Jakeman, skating for Red Deer. And lane number 8, Calandera Pino from Calgary Speed Skating.
All right, is our second and final youth female 1500 meter mass start race. 8 skaters on the line representing CSSA, Edmonton, Calgary Grizzlies, Lethbridge, and Red Deer.
Go to the start. Ready.
And there goes the gun. Skaters are off. It's their last race of the day. And for us viewing, we have 3 more youth male races to follow. 1500 meter mass start superfinals. And that will be a wrap for day 2 of the Western Canada Outdoor Classic here at Setter's Place in Red Deer. Racing will resume tomorrow at about 9 a.m. Or maybe I'm making that up. I will double check. 8:30 warm-up. Racing resuming at 9:30 a.m. with the ability of Division 1s, 2, and 3 mass start racing, Olympic-style hundreds, and 3, 2, and 1 lap superfinals tomorrow, followed by more youth, neo-senior, senior, and junior, and master racing in the afternoon. A mix of Olympic-style and mass start skating. So one more exciting day to go still in the Western Canada Outdoor Classic. Potentially more track records to fall and more prize money to be paid out here in Red Deer. But on the ice right now is our final 1500 meter mass start youth female race of the day. Out in front, number 187, Grace McGee, followed closely by Kate Jackson, 181, both representing the Calgary Speed Skating Association. A few other skaters holding on just behind them, but the rest of the race, the other 4 skaters now quite spread out. All of them being cheered along by parents, friends, teammates, and competitors alike. And there goes the bell, 1 lap to go. It is Morgan Adema and Gabrielle Eberhardt, 216 and 206, also in that front 4. But McGee and Jackson still 1-2, both with the Calgary Speed Skating Association. Looks like Jackson making a move through the backstretch. Now it might be possibly a Lethbridge skater, Morgan Adema into 2nd place. Looking for confirmation on the helmet number. But at the line, at the front, it is 181, Kate Jackson, and followed by 216, Morgan Adema. McGee and Eberhardt also crossed the line in 5th place, 188, Candelaria Pino, and 133, Raywin Mark. And in the last 50 meters of the race, in 7th position, finishing strong, both arms swinging, all out to the line. That is Helen Forsyth. And 146 finishing off this race is Campbell Jakeman.
All right, next up is our male youth 1500 mass start. Race 25A in lane number 1, Nicholas Wang from CSSA. Lane number 2, Yang Fang from CSSA. Lane 3, Aiden Gao from Saskatoon. Lane 4, Latero Pino out of Calgary. Lane 5, Cameron Duncan out of Banff Canmore. Lane 6, Parker Bujic out of Calgary Speed Skating. And lane 7, Aiden Cho, also CSSA.
This is the first of 3 youth male 1500 meter mass start finals. It was Wang, Fang, and Gao in the 300 meter that prevailed on the podium. If I recall, it was Fang with a late move, winning the sprint. Though 300 meters and 1500 meters are a whole other animal. Skaters doing nearly 4 laps in the 1500 meter race as opposed to 3/4 of a lap in the 300 meter pure sprint. And this final is off. 7 skaters, Wang, Fang, Gao, Pino, Duncan, Budic, and Cho. No skater wanted to take the lead. No skater wanted to be the one to spend their energy to lead out their competitors. Off to a slow start here. Every skater trying to be as tactical and as smart with their energy as possible as they slowly get into position in a 7-skater train through the backstretch. Looks like it might be Aiden Gao of Saskatoon out front. Currently in the white top, black bottom suit. 177, that's Yin Fang. Aiden Gao right in behind. But the whole pack is still very close together. A lap and a corner in. No one wanting to lead their competitors any more than they have to. Skaters conserving 30 or 40% of their energy by drafting off their opponents. Entering the north bend as they come across this corner here into the straightaway. This will be half done. We'll have 2 laps to go. And we can expect maybe as we head into that bell lap, someone will take a move or make a move into first. But right now it is back into first Aiden Gao of Saskatoon, number 162. Pace picking up a little bit here. Gao in front, Fang in second. Calgary Speed Skating Association with 5 skaters in this race, 1 from Banff Canmore and 1 from Saskatoon. As they enter the home stretch, and there goes the bell. It is Gao of Saskatoon, Fang in second, and 182, Nicholas Wang in third. 1, 2, 3 so far. Those were our top 3 in the 300 meter mass start earlier this afternoon. It is Wang on the inside, passing Gao, and Fang on the outside into the lead, but it's very close there, shoulder to shoulder. Fang just pulling ahead into the north corner. Now with a bit of a gap, Fang, Wang, and Gao, 1, 2, 3, but the rest of the pack not far behind. And at the line, it is number 177, Yin Fang of CSSA into first. Wang, CSSA second, and Aiden Gao of Saskatoon into third position.
All right. right, we are now moving on to race 25B, second last race of the day for the youth male 1500 mass start. In lane number 1, we have Judah Pudik out of Edmonton. Lane number 2 is Jaden Cho, CSSA. Lane number 3 is Daxton Pushel out of Edmonton. Lane number 4 is Grayson Fox out of Red Deer. Lane number 5, Samuel Jesney out of Calgary Grizzlies. Lane number 6 is Benjamin Swideriski out of Lloydminster. And lane 7, Aiden Samborski skating for CSSA.
Once again, we'll have 7 skaters in this 1500 meter youth male mass start final. Edmonton, Calgary Speed Skiing Association, Red Deer, Calgary Grizzlies, Lloydminster, all represented in this one.
Ready.
Skaters are off the line. In the previous race, we saw no one willing to take the lead early. We'll see if the same thing happens this time. Skaters hoping to draft off their competitors. Things slowly picking up through the backstretch. As it looks like we have a decent early pace on this one. In mass start racing, since you're not racing the clock, it's all about tactics and strategy and beating the people head to head as opposed to laying the best time on the line. At the front right now is number 190, Aiden Samborski of CSSA, leading out the 7 skater train in this youth male 1500 meter mass start race. Skaters now making a move on the outside as Samborski drifts to the back of the train. At the midway point, it is Daxton Pushel and Jaden Cho near the front. 4 skaters now with a bit of a lead on their competitors, hoping to thin out the field before the final sprint in that last lap. 1.5 laps to go for all 7 skaters. So Cho out in front in the white suit. Samuel Jesney, number 136, in behind in the black and red. 250 meters to go in this 1500 meter race. Skaters giving it all they can in that backstretch. That is the side with a bit more wind, so skaters fighting both against each other and against the elements. But it looks like it will be Cho and Jesney wrapping around this last corner in the lead. Close finish. Number 175 prevails, Jaden Cho. And into third, it looks like Daxton Pushel and Judah Pudik in 4th. Grayson Fox, the hometown skater representing the Red Deer Lions, into 5th place. And Aiden Samborski with the early lead, now crossing the line, bringing an end to our second final race, leaving us 1 to go.
All right, and our last race of the day is race 25C Youth Male. We have in lane number 1, Nicholas Bzunhout out of Edmonton. Lane number 2 is Declan Putik, also from Edmonton. Lane number 3, Shepherd Halliday, Rocky Mountain House. Lane number 4, William Hockenhull out of Calgary Speed Skating. Lane number 5, William Isaac out of CSSA. And lane number 6, also from Rocky Mountain House, is Brock Sheldrake.
Six skaters on the
Go
line.
to the start.
And there goes the flag. So our final race of the day is about to begin.
Ready.
Racing will resume tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. with our ability mass start competition in the morning. We'll have a brief recess for lunch and warm-up before returning in the afternoon for Olympic-style 500-meter and 1,000-meter races, as well as for the youth age group. We'll have 1,000-meter mass start superfinals and 100-meter Olympic-style races. Followed by medals and awards for youth and new junior, senior, and master level skaters tomorrow. More prize money on the line tomorrow in the 1,000-meter and the 500-meter in the Olympic-style races. But in front of us today, it is currently Brock Sheldrake, number 161, representing Rocky Mountain House, out in front. Two skaters from CSSA, two from Rocky Mountain House, two from Edmonton. Rounding out the pack for our final race of the afternoon, or what feels like evening at this point, with the sun almost fully set, with the lights on here at Setter's Place in Red Deer. Beautiful facility, a legacy facility from the 2019 Canada Winter Games. In the lead now, that's number 212, Nicholas Zudenhout. Skaters slowly spreading out over the course of the race as every lap weighs on their legs more and more. Zudenhout of Edmonton with a commanding lead at this point, 50 or 60 meters. As they get the bell, 1 lap to go for number 212, Zudenhout of Edmonton. 209 in second place so far, Putik of Edmonton as well. Shepherd Halliday and Willem Hockenhull also in the mix, fighting for third place. Maybe enough in the tank still to catch second. 250 meters to go. It looks like it will be Zudenhout of Edmonton, though, who crosses first, as they have 50 meters to go with a commanding lead. Very close finish for second, though. A late move by number 160, Shepherd Halliday, won't be quite enough into third place as Declan Putik of Edmonton, number 209, holds off for second. Brock Sheldrake crossing now, and number 174, William Isaac, bringing an end to our fifth and final mass start 1,500 meter event. And also bringing an end to our entire day of racing. So thank you for joining us today. It was an exciting 8 or so hours of mass start and Olympic style racing. Lots more to come tomorrow. I'll be back on, I think, at 9:30 tomorrow with ability divisions 1, 2, and 3 in the morning, followed by Olympic style and mass start racing in the afternoon. So see you again tomorrow and have a good night.
All right, folks, looks like somebody turned the outside street lights on, so it's time to go home. That's it for racing for today. Looking at the Sportity, looks like they will be getting the ice ready started for about 8 a.m. and the Ability 1 races start about 8:30 for warm-ups. And when we move into this category of kiddos, guessing about, I don't know, your warm-up, you have warm-up until 11:45-ish tomorrow, so you may want to come in a little bit earlier. And when you come in earlier, you can check out the silent auction, see if you can get a tuning in for a hoverboard ticket. And the bidding will close tomorrow for all the silent auction items by 11:30-ish, so we can ensure that the little guys have a chance to collect their belongings. Have a good night, everybody, and drive safe.